Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Did you tell her to get away from me? She's crazy.
Choose your destiny.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Six seconds. 6 seconds. King Chaka, you're on. On. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. Podemos ayudarnos más. Si se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. How y'all feeling out there? I messed up my own intro. Forgive me for not being here. Somebody know the reference. Forgive me for not being here a couple of weeks. I've been unplugging a bit. I just felt like it was necessary. The editing, listening to my voice drives me crazy. I mean, that sounds bad, but the editing is painful, like, for me. Like, I have to sift through all of this content and try to pick out stuff that, I don't know, I think people are going to attach to. The reels have taken over. Like, it seems like the only thing people are watching are reels. Even the 10-minute video format is not very, it doesn't work from what I can see. It's reels or die right now. And it's been like that for a while. And I don't know, man, the reels bother me, man. It's like, how much stuff can you really put into like a 15-second clip? How much useful information? I guess if you do a good amount of editing and you know, but it's like, bruh, you spend like hours on a 15-second clip. Like, that's something I just don't have the mental capacity to do. So I apologize for that, but it is what it is. You know, the long format videos are the only ones that get view time so that you could possibly get monetized. You know, I thought that I would be monetized by now, but nope. The only place I'm monetized on is Rumble. So yeah, y'all go watch on Rumble. It is what it is. No complaints here. Really, I'm not complaining. I'm just kind of explaining myself. you know, I enjoy doing this. I do this for y'all, and it's also therapy for me. So that's the reason why I do it. But I also felt like I needed a break, so that's why I took a break. And I've been watching a lot of movies and hanging out with the kids and stuff. Went to the Natural Science Museum this week. A couple of other things, Butterfly Museum, IMAX Theater. I've been watching movies at the theater and at home. Like one of the movies I watched this week was called The Mist. It was an adapted from a Stephen King novella. And at the end of the movie, the guy, I don't want to do too much explaining of the movie, but maybe a little bit of a spoiler here. But like it's a mist, and then there's like monsters in the mist, and it's like the idea is that they ripped the space time, if you will, and like monsters from like another dimension or whatever. And people are dying, you can't escape the mist. So like at the end of the movie, the guy packs in his car and tries to drive away and hopefully get out of the mist, but they run out of gas and they're still in the mist, and it's like all hope is lost, and so the dude had a gun. It was only 4 bullets left in the gun, and it was 5 people in the car. One of the people in the car was his son, and 3 other people who it was a small town, so they kind of knew each other, but they just ended up together because of the drama. So they were looking around in the car and they're like, there's no hope, hope's lost, like we can't escape the mist. So with the 4 bullets in the gun, they decide to end it themselves instead of letting like the monsters get them or whatever. So boom, takes out his son and the other 3 people in the car. Now there's only one. Now there's no bullets left in the gun, and the guy is there, and he's like, gets out the car, hoping that a monster comes and take him out. No monster comes. The army starts rolling in with tanks and flamethrowers and stuff, and buses of people that they've rescued. And the guy, he's like, for what? He's like, they died for what? For what? Why did they die? It's like he had given up like a few moments too soon, And the message I got from that was, don't give up when you have a shred of hope left. If you're still alive, you still got your heart beating, you still have your breath in you. You have to keep pushing, You don't know what's on the other side. You don't know if you're going to make it or not. Maybe you won't make it, but maybe you will. Maybe you will. So I think that's the message that's what I got from it, was because I always like to pertain, like how compare this type of stuff to my own life. Like, what can I learn? What lesson can I learn from this? The lesson I gathered was, to keep pushing no matter what, no matter how hard it is, no matter how hopeless it seems. Everyone is telling you to give up or to do something different or whatever. You keep on pushing. Now you can't try to do something that isn't going to work. Like, people that are successful know what doesn't work. Like, they're really good at knowing what doesn't work. They've done it wrong 1,000 times. and that's how they get it right. And it seems like magic. It seems like a gift. You know how like some people like to say either you have it or you don't. I don't believe in that at all, at all. Now people have certain God-given talents, and that's true, but that's not the case for most things. For most things, people are good at those things because they failed at it so many times. They didn't give up. They kept on practicing. They kept on going in. They kept on grinding. They became one of the best in the world at doing that thing. And that's how it happens in real life. So, you know, like I don't know what I'm trying to say. Just don't give up. Pat says failures are the road to success. Exactly. So, you know, keep on failing. You keep on failing. If you you know, adversity has good. There's always good and bad out of all situations. Like there's always something that you can get out of things. Like, you know, when you fail, you learn. You know, at the very least, you learned. You know, if you're accomplishing things and there was no adversity, then the moment some adversity comes along, it's all going to fall apart. It's a song I heard that it said, it's easy to get it, but it's hard to keep it, or whatever, something like that. I'm messing that up, but it's like being able to maintain the things that you've accomplished or gained is another level from gaining it. You know, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. I'm losing it. I'm losing my train of thought. I apologize. You know, the name of the show today is Don't Be Controlled. You know, it's one of the things I like to say here. Don't be controlled. It's been a lot of things in the news. The internet is dead. That's I almost named the show The Internet is Dead. I was thinking about how like it's no level playing field when they did the net neutrality thing. And it's like you have these people who are like personalities or whatever, the ones that do the news or the ones that do random stuff. And you think like if you ask a kid what they want to be right now, if they're like a teenager or whatever, most of them are going to say, I want to be like an influencer or whatever. And what I think a lot of people don't really understand is that these influencers are being backed by major corporations. You know, it's, you know, some of them have actually built their way over time and have built an audience over time. Like the gamer guy, what's his name? Can't think of his name right now. He's funny, but he had to do like some questionable things earlier on to get people. You know, the internet hate watches. You know, like they want to make fun of you. So like the stuff that makes them laugh, where you're the butt of their jokes, that's the stuff that they latch on to. Like, you know, when things go organically viral, a lot of times it's because of that, you know. But most of these influencers that you see, they're backed by the major corporations. The corporations have figured some stuff out, and instead of doing big media stuff that costs a lot, you know, that has a big overhead, they have cut their overhead and they use regular folks that look like they've built an audience on their own or whatever. It's kind of like the streams with the music. It's with everything. I'm telling you, music, movies, and all the entertainment, the news. This is true across the board. These people, like I say, the corporations have figured that they just cut their overhead and they focus on, you know, like these individuals. They make these people look like they're organic, like they've organically built an audience. Like this, like I say, like the music streams. They look like that they're getting these streams, and they're not really. You know, it's bots, it's AI, it's it's manipulated. A lot of it is. And you have the people who what am I trying to say? I'm looking at the screen and the numbers jumping here and it's throwing me off. It's just not real. It's not real. They're backed by the big corporations and they're the ones who's making the money. You know, everything is an ad. Everything is an ad now. And you can't trust anything. It was a story I was looking at about a guy who was supposedly doing like political commentary, and supposedly it was, you know, his own thing or whatever. And then coming to find out he's like backed by the White House, and he's just like a young kid, and you just don't know these things. Anyways, let's look at some headlines because I'm all over the place right now. I haven't been here for a while, so I'm like a lot in my head. Kind of want to get out. Hopefully we'll get some of it out. Let's look at some headlines and start there. Associated Press. Top story, it says live updates. Mexico looks likely to elect first female president as vote tallying begins. Yeah, this is a story that's not being covered very much in the media, because it's going to be a woman because the two top candidates are women. And I mean, you want to talk about identity politics, and that's fine, but this is a good thing right here. This is a good thing. And the one who AMLO is supporting, I like her. I've heard her talk, and I like the stuff that she's saying. So it would be nice. Like I talk about how like the UK influences the politics here in the States. It'd be nice if Mexico's politics influenced us over here in the United States. Tends to not be the case, but it'd be nice if it did. It says, for the first time in the country's history, 2 women lead the polls. Claudia Sheinbaum, the former mayor of Mexico City, and Xochitl Galvez, an opposition senator and tech entrepreneur. Sorry for mispronouncing that name. I don't know how to say that.
I want to say Zakitl, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty deadly election for them, too. There's been...
That's what I was about to say.
20 plus mayoral candidates across the country have been not just killed, but literally purposely, intentionally eliminated.
Yeah, assassination is the best word for it because
I
they're
didn't
trying
know
to.
if we were cool with that or not. So
I think we could say that. They want to manipulate the elections, you know, over there, and that's how they do it. They whack you, man. Like, wow. Like, so you got to have big balls. That's what
South America politics has always played hard.
So that's what I was about to go into is how you got to have big balls and really kind of care to run. You know,
you got to consider Jamaica and Haiti are all part of this too, and we've already been talking for years about how hard they're playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're putting your life on the line when you're running for election in some of these countries. Mexico,
you're putting your life on the line if you're willing to fight crime and not take bribes.
Right.
If you're actually trying to fight the cartels and get control of the country back, you are putting your life in danger. And worse, your family's lives.
Sucks so bad. My hats off to these people because I don't know that I would do this. You know what I mean? I don't know that I would. You know, they're gonna disappear my family. They'd be like, we're not gonna kill you. We're gonna kill your family, bro.
Dude, and your dog. I mean, I'm not joking, man.
Yeah, man, I know. That's
These cartel
hardcore.
boys don't play.
So these are the images of the two women here. Let's read a little bit of this. Wait, is there a video? Of course.
Here's what a whole home water.
Of course, an ad would come in. Water infiltration system.
Dude,
We don't
even
want
if you pay a full subscription to AP, you still get the ads.
And I was talking to my daughter about the freaking streaming services because all of the streaming services are doing that now too. Like you have to pay for a premium of the streaming service to not get the ads now.
Well, what they did is they added ads to all their basic plans and then have a non-ad plan now for a couple bucks more.
Yeah.
I'm not that
sucks.
worried about it. I mean, I grew up in the age of ads through the 80s, through the 90s and all that. Our TV shows went from 26 minutes for a half-hour show to 22 minutes per episode, so they could fit in 4 more minutes of ad time. I mean,
Yeah, but
take a look at like shows from the 80s and early 90s. A half-hour program is like 26 minutes on the streaming service.
Yeah.
And now all the ones in like 2000, a half-hour show is only 22 minutes.
Yes.
And an hour-long show went from 48 minutes to 48 to 52 minutes for a 1 hour broadcast show to an average of 42 minutes for a 1 hour broadcast show now.
Yeah, it made sense for the ads when you didn't have to pay for, like, you go and buy a television and then you plug it up and tune it to a station. You don't have to pay anything extra, and you get ads. But once cable came, then you pay for the cable, and that was the point, was like you could just watch what you want to watch.
Except for specialty programs, all those cable channels have ads.
Not when it started.
Yeah, 80, all of them, they all had ads. The thing is, half of them would break into local ads or have dead air time and late at night and stuff like that too if you watched them.
Yeah. Let me play some of this right here. They're not saying anything. I'm confused at which one is which. I think, is she the one? What is the? Oh, is that their voter registration?
That one's Claudia. The thinner one is
Okay.
Claudia.
Okay. They're not saying
Hoy es un
anything.
día muy importante para México y para todos los mexicanos en México y en el extranjero también. Creo que es un momento de hacer historia, porque bueno, para empezar va a ser una mujer por primera vez en México la presidenta por los próximos 6 años. Entonces desde ahí creo que es algo muy importante, y bueno, también sobre todo porque pues hay también mucha controversia, ¿no? De los partidos de ambas candidatas.
Yeah, I was reading about the indigenous, like what they're wearing, and the both candidates
Architecture and interior.
did it. It's politics or whatever, but it's like that's pretty cool for them to support the indigenous folks in that way. Give them, allow them to be seen in that way. Let me read some of this. It says, preliminary results are starting to flow in slowly in Mexico's 2024 presidential election. For the first time in the country's history, 2 women led the polls. Claudia Sheinbaum, the former mayor of Mexico City, and Xochitl Galvez, an opposition senator and tech entrepreneur. So it says what we know. Here's to know. Who is Claudia Sheinbaum? The front runner in the presidential race is the chosen candidate for Morena, the party created by outgoing President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador. Violence on voting day. A town council candidate was shot to death by two hitmen aboard a motorcyclist just hours before the election. In another town, armed men kidnapped one man who was voting in a polling station. Persistent cartel violence is among the top issue for voters. Results. Mexico's electoral agency is slowly beginning to publish results. Stay tuned for the latest. So yeah, so Claudia is the front runner, and she was AMLO. Damn, how do you say it? He endorsed her. Read a little more. Mexico Electoral Agency calls for restraint, prudence, and responsibility as vote counts lag. It says the head of Mexico's electoral agency called on political parties and candidates and the media to act with restraint, prudence, and responsibility in announcing results after a number of candidates and news stations caused the presidential race based on private exit polls with little official results available. Our electoral system is designed to ensure that every vote counts and that every result is verified in fair, transparent manner, wrote Guadalupe Tadei Zavala, the president of the Electoral Institute, in a statement. It says vote counts continue to lag in Mexico's historic election, despite private exit polls favoring frontrunner Claudia Sheinbaum. The Associated Press bases its report on official results and will continue to update coverage as votes roll in. So it's good that it's like, you know.
Hey, Pat, hey, Smith.
Yeah. What's up, everybody?
It's Sotil is how we pronounce that.
Sotil. Okay.
Yeah, I just looked it up on YouTube because I know I butchered it too.
Yeah, what's up, Smith? Thank you for being here. Everything is good, bro. I'm sorry that I haven't been here for a while. I needed a little break. It's good that I think that, you know, what happens is when those votes, the results come in like in a state, and then they like call the election or they show that one person is gonna win or whatever, people go home, you know. They could be in line to vote and then they're like, oh, it doesn't matter, it's over already, you know. And that's kind of messed up, I think. There was a runoff recently here in Texas, and the winner won by like 48 votes, some shit like that. Less than 100 votes. And, you know, of course it was a small amount of people voting because it was one of those special election deals. Special election, and then it went to a runoff, so even fewer people came out. But then that just shows that, you know, your vote counts in those situations. Like they really do.
If you paid if you paid much attention to the votes during the 45-46 election, 46 was a little bit behind, close to the polls closing, and all of a sudden, a whole bunch of votes came in from all over, pushing him over the edge.
Yeah, so it matters.
And then it also happened some of the areas where he was below and didn't quite win, all of a sudden popped up with a bunch of mail-in votes to count that put him over the edge.
Yeah, those come in late, and then it depends on how the state does them. And that's why we should have, you know, some kind of like a standard that each state should have to follow, so we won't have all that confusion when it comes to that. It's going to be a mess again, just like that.
Federal elections should be controlled by the federal. They should not. Each state should not be able to individualize a federal vote.
Yeah,
which there's really only one federal vote, and that's for the president.
Yeah, I think they should standardize that stuff. We can have an election day, like an election holiday, where everybody's off from work and everybody's off from school, and just have it all on one day. You know,
Well,
we
remember
already
back,
have it on one day, but I
back
mean,
when we were kids, bars weren't allowed to open, and you weren't allowed to sell liquor until after the polls had closed.
yeah,
And that's
see,
just changed since the 80s, I think. Maybe late 70s, but I mean, in my lifetime, I remember, because it was before it was before I voted, so it's before 86. Bars couldn't be open. You couldn't buy liquor on election day until I think it was 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. Whenever the polls closed down in your time zone. And they closed down earlier. Now they're open till like 9.
yeah, there's so many things they could do different to make that stuff right. Like have the mail-in votes have to be there like a day before or something, and have all that shit counted, you know, before election day or like something like that.
First of all, mail-in votes should only be by request with a reason.
Yeah.
They should accompany a serial number attached to a social security number or some sort of ID. I'm not into all of this, you know, well, you don't need to have an ID to vote. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. Everything else in America, everything else in life you have to do requires some form of identification. To say that people of certain colors and stuff like that have problems getting IDs and stuff like that is in itself a racist statement and speaks badly to the race that you're trying to defend. Now, they got warrants, if they got tickets, things like that, that's another matter. That's a personal matter. But I also think that a warrant or something like that, I don't think, unless it's for a violent crime, they should be able to pick you up when you go in to get an ID.
Yeah.
You know, if you're just wanted for parking tickets or, you know, that, you should be able to go in, get your ID, at least if not your driver's license. Now, I understand picking them up if they've got a warrant open for a violent case.
Yeah. I've seen it happen at the DMV, and you know,
they are no longer doing that. Supposedly they stopped doing that sometime just before the pandemic. Which, if I had known that, I would have had my damn ID.
Couple more headlines. It says Israel seeks a governing alternative to Hamas in Gaza. It's been tried and failed before. Yeah. Another one. North Korea says it will stop sending trash balloons as South Korea vows strong retaliation. That's the craziest thing ever. Like they're sending balloons filled with rubbish into South Korea. Is that a real thing? I mean, I saw this.
It's like the class clown hitting you in the back of the head with a spitball. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, like really.
Like what exactly reaction are you trying to get out of this?
Yeah. That's really weird. That's a weird thing to do.
Say, don't start that trash war, man. You don't want America to get involved.
So we got a whole bunch of it.
Between us and China, man, you will be buried.
Another headline, it says, after crackdown on Hong Kong, overseas communities carry the torch to keep Tiananmen memories alive.
You're old enough to remember Tiananmen Square, right?
Yeah, I remember.
That was, man.
I don't remember it in the fact, like I remember it happening, but I covered it or whatever, you know, like later on. I wasn't aware at that time.
I was old enough and involved enough that when I saw that, I was like, holy crap. Yeah, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But then again, I wanted to go to see Pink Floyd play at the Hole in the Wall when the wall came down and couldn't afford it.
I do remember watching the wall come down.
say I've been political adjacent most of my life because the games and the stories that I write are involved in part of the real world, and the superhero is set in a modern world. I use current events to mirror things that happen in the fantasy worlds and see how they would play out under different, things going on. So I've always, while not been in the middle of it, I've always paid enough attention to be like discussionable about it, But man, Tiananmen Square was one of those. It's like the Challenger blowing up. It's like the towers coming down. It's one of those moments that will always be with you for the rest of your life, that I saw this. This happened in my lifetime.
Yeah, I specifically remember the wall sitting there, and they were showing it on live TV, and people were just clawing at it with their hands. Like that was a major
that wasn't
event.
planned either. Somebody in the crowd threw something at the wall or something like that, and then the crowd just went forward and did it. They were not planning on tearing down that section of the wall yet. It was a symbolic thing. It was a concert going on, and then just.
Yeah, that was a moment. That was a real moment right there.
Tiananmen, this one guy walking out in the front of a military parade in front of a tank. That was a moment, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like everyone in the world wanted to be that guy, but was sure as hell glad that they weren't that guy.
Yeah. The tank could have just decided to keep on rolling.
Oh no, that was what was expected. Everyone just expected him to be shot and drug off.
Let's do some of this. I want to play this right here. This is what I was thinking about earlier when I said the internet is dead. Let me play this.
18. Two former Google employees left the company to build a new, better search engine. And you know what? They actually did it. Their site, Neva, had no ads. Instead, it focused on getting you actual results as quickly as possible. And almost everyone who tried it thought it was better than Google in every way. But when you're fighting against a monopolist, being the best isn't good enough. Neva found that Google's default position in almost every browser was so entrenched and powerful, it was impossible to get people to switch to or even try their search engine. And since they didn't have $15 billion to pay off Tim Cook, after a few years, they shut down, just another corpse buried in Google's basement. The internet was supposed to be the greatest source of information in the history of humankind. But Google's monopoly has created a world in which real sites that employ real journalists, real reviewers, and real experts shut down every day because they can't compete with the bullshit content farms that Google's algorithm promotes instead. And now that so-called artificial intelligence is about to flood the internet with even more dumbass spam, what is Google doing? They're jamming AI into the fucking search engine itself. So now, instead of just serving you the barf, Google's AI is going to ingest the barf for you, then barf it back at you in hopes that you'll swallow it down like some kind of vomit Ouroboros. I mean, what the fuck happened to Don't Be Evil? Did they just take that sign off the wall? Oh, yeah, they did. And then they shot that dude in the head. In 2018, two former Google
They took that out the wall and they shot the dude in the head. Man, freaking, this is what I mean though. Like the amount of like spam and smut and just like puff stories that we get, like everything from politics to movies, like, and it's these major conglomerates, these damn monopolies is the reason why everything is trash. Like, some of like quote unquote black movies that they used to make, like they still kind of make, but it was like Tyler Perry stuff. Not blaxploitation. That's not what I'm talking about, because that's different. I'm talking about movies that was geared to the black audience, and they just wasn't very good. The writing wasn't good, the acting wasn't good. Like, it had very little budget. It was just. And the budget doesn't matter that much. You can still make a good movie with a low budget. So I don't want people to think that that's what I'm saying.
But because it was a black film or black movie, it got blown up. It didn't matter how bad it was.
Yeah.
No.
and so they force fed black people these terrible movies. Like black people just want, like we want low quality stuff or something. Like I can't even get it out of my mouth. Like,
no. But see, that's the part that I think that we might be missing is the fact that we don't matter enough that we got to give black people quality entertainment or something that's if you want to get good quality entertainment, go to something that the white man created,
or they made it for that audience. But see, what I'm pointing to is related to like Google, and so things have grown now, and it's Google is giving you trash. Like your search comes up trash. It's a bunch of ads. It's a bunch of stuff how many pages you have to scroll down to find what the hell you're looking for? Like even with these fake ass websites that look like it's the website and shit like that, like Google should be able to fucking handle that shit. You know what I'm saying? But they don't. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. And I mean, I'm losing my train of thought again. But it's like
they can't they can't get ahead of scammers in using their own algorithm.
Well, no, but they are the scammers. The whole
that's what I'm trying to say.
They are the scammers, and by them, because by them trying to pretend like Google wasn't already an AI bot and acting as if they're adding something to it to make it an AI. I mean, it's artificial intelligence. Everything that it knows, it was fed from somewhere else. Is not a genuine thought. It's artificial intelligence, all of it. Google, Siri, Alexa, all these things that have
anything that uses an algorithm.
Yes, all these things are already artificial intelligence, but they're trying to soup up your brain, make you feel that there's something new happening, and in order for you to start saying, hey, you know what, let's accept these things. Because they just want you to accept the new versions of it, because really it's a bunch of abnormal things that they want to make normal. But because I mean, if people really think for themselves, because you mentioned earlier, Chaka mentioned earlier about how they throwing this stuff out here with P Diddy. Well, my thing is okay, P Diddy, okay, he's a monster. He's trafficking people, but to who? Is it just him by himself? He's trafficking them to himself. If there's a racket going on where this is going, like, who's benefiting? Who else? Who's the one benefiting from his services? Like, that's like we're leaving questions unanswered because we're just too busy wanting to go along with the common narrative and not necessarily thinking as human beings would. We're becoming another AI. We're just living off of artificial intelligence.
It's outrage porn is what it is, and people are just want to be outraged, and then they get mad, and then they move on to the next thing to be outraged about. And like I say, this stuff benefits the corporations because it's getting clicks, it's getting views. The advertisers are happy. Everybody's happy, because they're making money. But
they're getting your attention.
They're getting your attention. So the corporations are winning. It's basically what I'm saying, and they're selling trash. And we're supposed to have a free market. So if a better search engine comes along, then it should replace the old one. But that's not what happens because this, like Google, is too big. It's too powerful. There's no way to get in there and compete with them. It's impossible. So that's why these corporations like Google need to be busted, broken the hell up.
Well, that's gonna be hard to happen when we have we have our government officials that promotes something that's supposed to be illegal in this country, because like I said, these monopolies that's being born, even though they look like they're not, because if we look at, of course, the first thing comes to mind is Walmart, but then we also look at Albertsons, Kroger,
Right.
some of these they're owned by the same people. So it's still, even though we're looking at different names on the buildings, we're still looking at the same owners.
Yeah. Let me read some comments on this. It says
Go ahead.
Google's monopoly ruined what search engines could have been. Now AI is making it worse. Another comment, it says, I just want the Illuminati to break it at this point. Another one, it says, the Google AI is straight up lies, kind of lie, actually. Another one, it says, honestly, this is the moment for a competitor to make waves. Neva was too early. Bing was too early. This AI shit has got people wanting a different search engine. This is the moment to go after them. But you can't, you're not going to be able to, bro. Like, it's impossible, really. You can't. Google is the default search.
Well, the
it's not the only
thing
search.
about that is
there's at least 5 others.
It's not the only search, but they're all kind of in cahoots together or owned by the same people. So either way, you're feeding your information into the same database, regardless. So and you're going to end up with the same type of algorithms, maybe a little bit different because the frequencies through the different peoples who use those different engines. But either way, we're still talking about a system that is not broken because it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. But if we're not willing to protest, which would mean to leave them, not use them at all, or we actually have something that is created by the people for the people, and we actually use it, then maybe we could gain some ground. But I don't really see that happening because
by the people for the people is Wikipedia, and you've seen what a shit show that's become.
Exactly. That's the part that I'm talking about. And because it has some good sources, but when we get to serious things, or because of some of the inconsistencies, that then it becomes unreliable to to pretty much everyone, because they're saying that because it could have 80%, 90% accuracy throughout, but then on a few different subjects, like it becomes if it have inconsistencies, we're gonna say it's not reliable. So which I guess to some extent is true, but we could make it more reliable, and because we should be able to go in and fix those things that's wrong. But who's really willing to go in and spend the time to do that? And we don't even know if all the things are accurate.
That costs money, and there's only Wiki gets donations, and there's only a couple of guys that can touch the true core of it. I mean, the true the actual main stuff. Anybody can edit it with taking a little 5-minute class on Wikipedia. You can become an editor and edit any page you want and include any information at any time. But the hardcore central stuff of it is only a couple of people, and that's why they're like that's why they do the donations for a lot, is because they actually, Wiki has to pay for the people using the internet.
Look, let me ask this: how accurate do you think Google is? Because I'm gonna tell you, based on a lot of the research that I see, because really we're getting to the fact, it's not necessarily about truth. It's
Define
about
how accurate is Google, because Google only gives you websites. It doesn't answer questions.
Well, you can put in a question.
Excuse me. I've got the Google AI turned off on mine. So I originally noticed it was like when you ask a question and use it to look for websites, I noticed it would try to answer it. No, I noticed it tried to answer the question for me. Yeah. And that's why I turned it off, is because I'm looking for the websites to answer my question. I don't trust the websites, So if they don't pull from if the AI doesn't pull from the websites I trust, why would I trust the AI?
Yeah, they did a post that showed how Google is wrong with its AI answering questions. I saw a post about that not that long ago, and it was simple ass questions, and it came up completely terribly wrong.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, we can really see that. I know that because based on, research that I've done and knowing accuracies that and seeing the inconsistencies, I'm like, hey, I mean, it's pretty much like really we're too hard on some of these other sites that we're saying like the Wikipedia and stuff like that, because they're probably just as accurate as these other sites, but because people in their mind believe that Google is better, is why it is better. It's just your belief.
Well, see that with Wikipedia, people think it's actually an answer site, and it's not. It's an information site. It's what I call a stepping site. You go there, you get your basics. If you only need a brief outline of the subject, Wikipedia is probably the best site ever. But if you really want to get to know stuff about it, it's a stepping stone, because
that's
it's
how
not
I use
accurate.
That's how I use it. It's good for taking you into the right direction.
Yeah, and like I said, if you're just looking for a brief overview of a subject, man, it is so much easier than filtering through 22 different websites.
Yeah. Let's do this, y'all. Check this out.
Backward capitalism is. It's a backward system. We could make two statements about capitalism to show how backward it is. About America. America is a capitalist country. It's thoroughly capitalist. It's an imperialist country. But we could say that, number one, America is the most technologically advanced country in the world. And that's an undeniable fact. It's a truism. It's a truism. America is the most scientifically developed country in the world. And right under that, we could say a second fact, which will show you how backward America is. We could say that America, in 1945, made for her people better cars than she does in 1973. And if you analyze this, you'll see how vicious the system is, because here's America with its great technological skills, its great scientific ability, and rather than making a safe car for people that will last 20 years, which they can do with the scientific knowledge that's at their fingertip, they rather take this knowledge and build a car which will break down every 2 years, so you're forced to buy another car. Thus, you see, under capitalism, what they do is they take their scientific skills, and rather than using it for the benefit of the people, they use it to further exploit the people. And certainly this type of system is too backward. Let me show you.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with them saying that we're the most technologically advanced country in the world, but the point that he's making, the point that he's making is valid about using the technology to exploit. Like he's saying, the cars were more efficient, were better. They used to create like I use the pots all the time. Like you have those old pots that your grandma had, and you still have those pots and they still work. You go buy a pot now, and then it's got a lifespan of a couple of months probably. You know what I mean? Those refrigerators, remember the green refrigerator?
Dude, when I grew up in military households, that's all we had, those ugly olive green everything. You had to shoot it with a silver bullet to kill it.
Yeah, it still works. I mean, you might have remember it would frost up and freeze up
and it protected Indiana Jones from a nuclear explosion.
You'd have to defrost that thing every like 3 months or so, but because it's gonna freeze, it's gonna turn into an ice ball in the freezer. But
no, it just gets smaller area till all you have is enough to put a couple of ice trays in it.
I remember that so clearly, man. Yeah, but that damn thing worked
in there with the hairdryer.
It worked though. It did the job, and it didn't. It continued to work. Now you get these new super nice refrigerators, and something goes wrong on them. From when I used to do music, and I used to I used to buy a lot of music equipment and stuff. And what I noticed about music equipment was if the more different functions it had, the more likely something was going to malfunction. The equipment that worked the best was the stuff that had fewer functions. If that makes any sense.
To this day, my coffee maker has an on and off switch. That's it. Period. End of statement. They last 6 to 8 years. They die. When they die, it's almost always the heating element, but I never have any problems with it. No timer blow, all that crazy stuff. It's just an on and off switch.
Yeah, so capitalism, man, and these damn everything goes back to these damn like venture capitalists, like these hedge funds and stuff. I want to get into that in a minute though. Let's do this one right quick.
BlackRock are like the guys that bought Chewy's and ran all the taste and passion into the ground.
Yeah, because that's what I wanted to bring up, because Red Lobster is going out, and I hear people talking about it and the memes and stuff, and they're saying, "Oh, it's because of the endless shrimp," and it's like, come on, man.
No, I actually can tell you a lot more about how that went down, because that's one of the ones I've been watching.
Yeah,
that happened because a venture capitalist firm got a hold of them.
Exactly.
Because they used to own all the property that their restaurants sat on.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened.
What happened was they bought out they bought the chain out, they sold the land, and then forced the stores to rent the property. I don't know who bought the land or who it got sold to. I've been working on trying to find that out. I kind of think it was a different division of the venture capital firm, or one of the real estate companies that they own a big chunk of bought it out. So literally, if I'm trying to find out if they sold it to themselves.
Yeah, man.
Rented, because they turned around and are selling it again. And even with that and the endless shrimp, they have more than enough money to continue operating right now. So, well, here's what's going on, man. And I'm going to tell you this because this is the third big recession that I've been through in my life. The first thing that happens is the companies, when a recession is coming and the public doesn't know it yet, the very first thing that happens is anywhere where people have get rid of disposable income, they start cutting those down first, because that's the first thing that people stop doing. A lot of restaurants, chains, they're selling right now. They're closing down because we're about to hit a time when people aren't going to have money in their pockets.
Yeah, but I don't know that this
cinemas are shutting down
is a result of the recession, because it's just
banks are shutting down.
But we can't leave out the fact that it's these venture capitalists coming in and gutting these companies and leaving them to freaking go bankrupt. You know what I'm saying?
They might have cruised in on a boat with an eye patch for being the pirates that they are.
What you're saying is true, but why?
Because they make a killing out of it. This is how they make their money. Like
they millions of dollars.
That's how they save their money. That's how they save their money, because that's not how they make their money, because business as usual is how they make their money. But when there's things like this that's going on in the economy, worldwide. I mean, because if you're really just paying attention, because last year China took out like $80 billion out of our economy. Just last month they did another $80 or $90 billion out of an additional 80 to 90 billion out of our economy. It's falling. Like it's inevitable. This is something that they've been seeing. This is actually something that they've been planning on.
No, they're selling off the treasury notes that they have on us.
Well, but that's what I'm.
They're trying to devalue the dollar even more.
Well, they're not trying to. They've already done it, and it's purposely done. And our president helps them do that. Like, I mean, they've been
The
selling
U.S.
us out for a
economy is
long
being
time.
held.
My bad. Yeah, I want to play this because this is one of the things I watched this week or a couple weeks ago, whatever. And really, it gets to the crux of what's happening, really what's happening. Like truly, actually what's happening.
If I
Okay,
can
yeah,
find the
let's
video,
listen.
that deep
Let's see
dive
how
on Red,
similar. Let's see how similar it is to what I'm saying.
yeah, if I can find that deep dive on Red Lobster that I got that info from, I'll put that on the group too.
All right, let me play some of this, and y'all can stop me when you want to make comments.
The U.S. economy is being held hostage by a small cohort of financiers who run private equity firms: Apollo, Blackstone, the Carlyle Group, Kohlberg, Kravis, Roberts. These equity firms buy up and plunder businesses, piling on debt, refusing to reinvest, slashing staff, and often driving companies into bankruptcy. The object is not to sustain businesses, but to harvest them for assets to make a short-term profit. Those who run these firms, such as Leon Black, Henry Kravis, Steven Schwartzman, and David Rubenstein, have amassed personal fortunes in the billions of dollars. The wreckage they orchestrate is taken out on workers who lose jobs or see salaries and benefits slashed, taken out on pension funds that are depleted because of usurious fees or abolished, and on our health and safety. Residents of nursing homes, for example, owned by private equity firms, experience 10% more deaths because of staffing shortages and reduced compliance with standards of care. Private equity owns hospitals and has created a health crisis. Nursing shortages have contributed to 1 of every 4 unexpected hospital deaths or injuries caused by errors. The private equity firms do not serve patients, but profits. They have closed hospitals, especially in rural America. They cut back on stockpiles of vital medical devices, including ventilators and personal protective equipment. In 1975, the U.S. had about 1.5 million hospital beds and a population of about 216 million people. Now, with a population of over 330 million people, we have around 925,000 beds. 56% of Americans have medical debt, even though many have insurance, and 23% owe $10,000 or more. Emergency room visits and emergency rooms are often run by private equity firms, contributed to medical debt for 44% of Americans. At the same time, the healthcare system, because of this slash and burn assault, was unprepared to handle the COVID epidemic, seeing 330,000 Americans die during the pandemic because they could not afford to go to a doctor on time. These private equity firms, like an invasive species, are ubiquitous. They have acquired educational institutions, utility companies, and retail chains while bleeding taxpayers of hundreds of billions in subsidies, made possible by bought and paid for prosecutors, politicians, and regulators. Joining me to discuss private equity firms and
So this is what's happening like across the board in all sectors. This is the boogeyman. This is the Illuminati or whatever. Like this is the actual thing that's happening that's causing so much pain, across the nation.
But see, go ahead.
Go ahead, Pat.
All right, this is exactly what I was explaining, but in different words, because our president that we have here, I guess I might as well accept him. Hopefully, he's almost gone. But he created policies with all of his experience in politics. He knew exactly what was going to happen with those policies that he made, those executive orders he made first day he got in office. There's a lot of stuff that he turned around that Trump had put in place that would have us grow. He did all the stuff opposite so that we wouldn't. And people don't want to look at that and just accept it. A lot of people don't, not all, but a lot of people don't want to accept that the decisions that was made by our current president and his his friends, his supporters, the people who are backing him in those decisions, just like you said, the Black Rocks, all these people who, have been funding him for decades already. He's not a stupid man. He is getting old, but they know exactly what he's doing. It's not an accident that these things happen. So
This has been happening long before Biden was in office. Trump or Biden was in
no,
office.
it happens
You got to
periodically.
realize
But
Biden's been in office 50 friggin' years.
Yeah, yes. And we
So
have two different parties that get in, whether it's they have a power that comes from the executive branch, and then we have a different party in the executive branch, but then we end up having a majority in the legislative branch. And then because of the imbalances and how everybody's fighting against one thing or the other, is how we end up getting these different I guess branches that end up moving our economy in one way or another. So that's the part that I think people are missing, is that because of executive orders made by Biden, is really what's been screwing us up. We have a lot of good legislation that's going on right now. I know some people pick on different things that the Republican Party has, especially when we talk about like the abortion and stuff like that. But really, they have a lot of good things that's going on, but nobody really wants to discuss those because they have that main one thing that they're upset about.
I can't give the politicians a pass. I'm not giving them a pass, but you can't put this on Biden's lap. Not this.
I am.
Not this. This
goes back to that. No, this goes back to that corporate mindset of the 80s, when all of a sudden everything went from we're going to make the best product we can and that's how we're going to rule the market, to we're going to destroy everyone in the market and then that's how we're going to rule.
Right.
But listen,
the whole mentality shifted from a free-for-all with everybody to it being these huge fleets of what I call pirates, these pirate companies running around. I'm like I said, they should have parrots on their shoulder and eye patches, because they go in, they strip everything of value out, take the booty, and then kick the corporation to the side. Take a look at Red Lobster. 15,000 people just lost their jobs.
Yes. Yeah. So everybody,
let me say this one thing, because
we're being told that the economy is fantastic. And this is something that's pissing me off from the left right now.
For who?
And excuse me, the liberal. No, that's what they're saying. They're saying, and the only thing that they're using to bolster that is this trade market and that market and that market and these. All that means is rich people are trading stocks. That does not mean money. Our economy is getting better. Everyone says, "Oh, gas went down 10 cents." Well, gas is up $1.50, so it can afford to go down. It's midsummer. Midsummer, the price always goes up. It doesn't go down because more people move around. It's not doing that. It shouldn't be going down right now. It's going down right now because there's about to be an election, and the sleepy guy that can't find his way off stage is about to go, "I did that." Yeah, I just saved you 10 cents a gallon on gas, but it's not my fault that it went from $1.50 to $3 in the first place.
Yeah, so they changed.
Now he's gonna take credit for that, but did he really do that? It's the corporations that's willing to allow this to happen.
He didn't cause the increase, and he directly didn't cause the increase. But
he
did. Some of his policies did. His policies reversed the United States. Actually, he didn't cut off what the U.S. was trying to do and the open places where they were drilling. He put so many green energy restrictions and all of this on it that it became infeasible for them to do it. It wasn't affordable anymore and that's how he did it. He didn't
Well,
cut
you
them off.
know,
He didn't stop them. He just made it so expensive that it wasn't worth it anymore.
they've been selling a narrative with the green energy stuff that's not true in a lot of ways, but there's also other sides that's not true.
You're too
Like
nice.
Texas is leading the way in freaking green energy. Like they have increased the amount of
Solar
power.
plants.
Yeah, all of that shit. And like they are ahead, they're like ahead of California, I want to say. I was reading an article. Like they're the biggest state, and you would think
No,
that it wouldn't be that way because of the
our
oil.
green energy sector grew faster than California's, but is not beyond theirs yet.
Okay, yeah. So
If
that's
that makes
correction.
sense.
Yeah. So
But listen. I just want to clarify because when I was saying this thing about Biden, I'm blaming him heavily because of his position. But it's the people that support him that pushed all these things that
It's the
he
people
wants to.
making the decisions for him.
Yes, it's the corporations, it's the BlackRocks, it's those same people that this guy mentioned that has influenced him enough that whether it was threats or whatever they use, the tactics they use to get him to make those moves. But
I'm still not convinced he's making his own decisions.
he's no, I mean, but a lot of presidents are not. Most presidents are not because, especially on the liberal side, they are not. I think that the Republican Party, they have a lot of people who are pushing, agendas as well, but not to the same extent that the Democratic Party is. So I think that, but a lot of them are on the same path. Like a lot, they believe in the same things for the most part. So there's nothing really much to fight for. But when we're talking about selling out our country, that's a task that doesn't seem to be too far fetched for one party, where the other one is trying to keep us together,
they're
whether you see it or not.
they're both involved in this. We're talking about how these private equity funds are just gutting these businesses, and it's like the few people get rich out of it or get a bunch of money. A lot of them are rich already, and a lot of people hurt. A lot of people lose. Like the majority of people lose.
BlackRock, if you follow the money, like I always say, follow the money. BlackRock and BlackRock majority-owned corporations are the number one donors to both sides of the political field.
That's where I'm headed.
The independents as well.
That's where I'm heading. So, like, you can blame the politicians for allowing these people to do this, but these people are the ones that's doing this. Like, we got to look at who's the boogeyman actually, and who's pulling the strings with these politicians. We want to point at one party or the other, or one president or the other, or whatever. But that's what they want you to be doing, instead of looking at them. Like, a lot of people don't even know who these people's names are. We know who the names of the politicians are, but we don't know the names of the folks who's running these freaking private equity firms who are really doing the damage.
Think politicians should start wearing jackets like NASCAR and have their sponsor patches on them.
Exactly.
I think it should be a requirement anytime that they do a public speech that they wear like maybe a scarf or something with all the little pins, like a Boy Scout or something. I don't, all the people that are sponsoring them above like a certain amount of level.
Yeah, instead of the little USA pin that they wear, make them wear the pin of who their top funders for their campaigns. Let me play a little bit more of this.
Their assault on the economy is the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Gretchen Morgenson, who, along with Joshua Rosner, wrote, "These are the plunderers. How private equity runs and wrecks America." Let's begin with.
Wait, what did you say? I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Yeah, I'm here.
Because the comment he just made, it said they have an attack on the economy. But when you attack an economy, is that not attacking the country?
I agree.
So I mean, I think we should say it more clearly like that because it hits more home. You're talking about hitting the economy. No, you're hitting the people of this country.
I
You're
completely
that
agree
that
with that.
that's who you're harming. This is who you're attacking. The
I,
people.
I don't disagree with that.
Right now, my major concern in America is anyone and everyone that does not have 2 million or more set back in the bank. Because those are the people that are going to be struggling through all of this crap coming up. Everyone else, they're going to be okay. They may have to take a few less trips. They may have to rent out or sell one of their extra homes or what the fuck ever. But
you said people who have less than 2 million?
if you got 2 million in the bank, you invest it the worst way possible. After taxes, you will end up with about $60,000 to $80,000 a year. So anyone that has less than that, anyone that has less than $60,000 to $80,000 a year on a regular dependable income, those are the ones that are going to be fucking hurting. I'm not worried about you if you got 2 million or more. You're on your own.
Yeah. Let me play some.
I will help you when you help me, mine, and us. Say until then, you're one of them.
Yeah.
Does that include insurances? Or are you talking about liquid?
I'm talking about what puts, if you've got investments that pay you out to where you have $60,000, $80,000, $100,000 cash in your pocket every year, you don't have to worry about shit. You are not one of the people.
Okay, not 60.
You are one of the elite.
Not 60 to 80,000 of income. 60 to 80,000.
I'm not talking about what you work for. I'm talking about what you work for. I'm talking about what you get just because of what you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me play some.
I don't care if you make $32 million in income a year. I'm not going to begrudge you anything because you're working.
Yeah.
I'm talking about all these. I'm talking about, anyone that's got a chunk that big that you can just sit back and not have to worry about life. You're good, bro.
Well, Warren Buffett is a multi-billionaire, and he's still working hard every day as if he doesn't have a dime.
Well, he's one of the ones that we're talking about with these hedge funds.
Disagree with him about a lot or not. I admire the fact that he is out there working, dealing, putting his time in.
Let me play some of this.
They've just rebranded themselves, but I'll let you start.
Well, Chris, these are the old takeover titans that we started to learn about in the 80s. RJR Nabisco was the big deal that focused everyone's attention on them. And they just rebranded themselves, as you said, into something called private equity. A little bit more genteel, sounds like it actually might be fair, equity being that word. So these are just those corporate raiders that really were sort of fearsome. And, Congress at that time was concerned about what they were going to do to the economy. Congress lost interest, went on to the next thing. And of course, they did then go on to, over the next few decades, really pillage the economy and workers and pensions, as you pointed out.
Explain how they work, because it's all about debt. And what's interesting from your book is that they actually don't put very much money. I'll let you explain just the mechanics of it.
Okay. These firms, first of all, they raise money for their buyouts. They don't use a lot of their own money for those buyouts. What they do is they go to public pensions, they go to endowments, they go to the big institutional investors and say, we're putting together a fund, we're going to buy out companies, we're going to make them more efficient, and then we're going to sell them in 5 to 7 years at a profit, and you will be able to reap those gains along with us. But yes, as you point out, the private equity titans do not put a lot of their money, of their own money at stake here. 1 to 2% of these funds are typically the private equity firm's money. So after they have raised the money, they go out and look for companies to buy. And they really home in on companies that have assets that they can strip.
These are
Assets,
often physical assets that they can sell.
physical assets like real estate. Now, you pointed out that they've taken over a lot of retailers. When that was going on, often they would be buying retailers that had, either very, very favorable leases or actually had land underneath their stores that they could then sell at a profit, stripping the company. It's really not about operating the company, as you say. It's really about stripping the assets, extracting the money that they can from it. It's an extraction business. So they buy a company, they then find out how they can make it more efficient, which means usually firing many people, stripping the assets, selling them off. And sometimes they sell the assets and they get all their money back initially, very, very early on in the process. And what's left really is a carcass. What's left is a company that has now got enormous amounts of debt piled on top of it. These transactions are funded by debt, but it's not the private equity firm that takes on the debt. It's the company they're buying.
They got the best freaking game in town, bro. Like, what is it? The Other People's Money. Wasn't that a movie in the 80s or whatever? Like, so they go around and they ask people, hey, we're gonna buy these firms, we're gonna make them more profitable, we're gonna get your money back, plus you're gonna get some profit out of this. So they go around, they gather up the money, they go and buy the company, and then they gut it and give the people their money back, and then they sell off the damn assets and make a more of a killing. So like I worked for a company that went through this process. I want to say it was called Tyson Thermal Controls or whatever. They put together these heat control panels. Basically they're like switch boxes. What's the proper term for it? Like damn it, I can't think of what you call them. But anyways, you got really
Thermostat?
small ones. Yeah, it is like a thermostat because it controls the temperature of whatever is going through it. Usually some kind of
Water.
liquid. It's not usually water. It's usually like oil or something like that.
Okay.
Anyways, so you got little ones and you got really big ones or whatever. So that's basically what they did there. And we put together the electrical components, and then they wire it, and then they test it, and then they send it to the customer. Basically, it's a warehouse job. So yeah, so then they came in and they were like, yeah, we're gonna come in and do this streamline thing and make everything more efficient or whatever. And we had these meetings, and they were like, no one's gonna lose their job or whatever. We're not gonna lay off people or whatever. We're just coming in to make everything more efficient. And I ain't gonna lie, they did make things more efficient to the point where we didn't even have work sometimes, you know what I mean? Because we had done everything. So, but then they laid off half of the company. I made it through these layoffs. I don't know how, but 50% of the people that worked there got laid off, and I made it through or whatever. And they changed the name. It was like Pentair Thermal Controls. I want to say that's the name that it changed to or whatever. And like, I'm just telling this story because I've seen this happen from the inside. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't really understand how all of this, plays out on the the scale of like across the nation and all of these businesses, like thinking of Red Lobster and, people were talking about Target. I mean, not Target. Y'all remember?
Do you remember Foley's?
Foley's, yeah, I remember Foley's. I don't know if they went through this process, but it was Toys R Us. Like Toys R Us. I thought that Toys R Us went out because things were changing and like the kids wanted like these technological toys and stuff like that, and then you had the internet came out and all of that, like
Amazon.
But come to find out, Target, Toys R Us was another one of those victims of this process, like this process right here, where they come in and they sell off the property, and then the company has to pay rent before they owned the land, so they didn't have to pay. And it's like not regular, like over the top rent prices that they can't control, and it's eats into their profit to the point where they got to start cutting corners in other areas and not being competitive, basically.
Just like Blockbuster.
Yeah,
Because
I don't.
Blockbuster. See that what it's a little. I say it's very much the same, but it's a little bit different because Blockbuster doesn't exist today because it wasn't willing to upgrade its systems, and Netflix was the people who own or that created Netflix was trying to sell their technology to Blockbuster because they already had a name. It was something that they could have just did pretty much overnight. They were still offering videos and the stuff in the beginning. You can mail it to the house. You could, however, whatever, blah blah blah. But you could also have the stuff set up on your TV.
But yeah, I think that's the story that they told us. But I think Blockbuster also falls in this scenario too. The same thing where they were just they sabotaged the company and made a bunch of money on their way out of the door. I think that's what happened with Blockbuster too. Let me play a little bit more of this.
So if they buy a retailer, they'll put a load of debt on that retailer. Suddenly that retailer has way higher costs of operating, which means that then they have to cut costs elsewhere, fire people, deplete pensions. It's really a game where a very narrow slice of people win and a huge circle of pain of losers is involved. Everybody else is on the losing end.
Well,
and y'all remember Enron, that was famous for what happened. Some of those people went to jail, right? So, but what makes it legal that these investment firms can go and do basically the same thing that they did with the Enron situation?
Because it's the way that they have it structured. Because see the main difference there is that they're not going in there as Barry Sanders. Now they go in there as an entity, a non-human entity, and that's being operated by another trust or this, that, and the third. Like it's nobody to be able to arrest, and nobody, you know what I'm saying? Like it's ran by this thing here or that thing there. It's never a person,
right?
A human. It's never a human being,
right? You probably can't even track it.
It's
down.
A committee.
You can't even find who's the owner or whatever. You can't even find who made the decisions and all of that stuff.
Yeah, it's so many separations of power.
Yeah.
Because it's about short-term profit. You have an example in the book about a nursing home system. This was an amazing story. And so what they do is they sold the physical buildings that had the nursing homes. And then suddenly these nursing homes had to rent, I think it was $40,000 or something more a month. I'll let you explain. So they actually carry out policies, not just loading it up with debt, but also carrying out policies that physically dynamite or destroy corporations or businesses that before they arrive, you have the story of Samsonite. We'll talk about the steel mill you read about, but that were healthy.
Absolutely. So the nursing home company that you were talking about, Manor Care, it was very well run. The reason that the acquisition was made, and this was Carlyle Group, which is one of the top private equity firms.
And let me just interrupt because, as you point out in the book, they, like James Baker, they pull in heavyweight political figures once they're out of office to run these groups.
Carlyle, unlike the other firms, which are located in New York and are the Wall Street type of folks, Carlyle is a much more, it's based in Washington, and it's much more politically astute. And as you say, they hire, there's a revolving door with government officials, very high-powered government officials. Anyway, they bought ManorCare. It was a very well-established, well-run national nursing home company. They immediately sold the land under the nursing homes and made the nursing homes pay rent. They took out the equivalent of what they had put into the company. They received that when they sold the land. So they were free and clear. Everything after that became gravy for them. So they really weren't concerned about, the profits. They were already in the money.
So like this thing where you have this revolving door of the politicians and the what is wrong with my brain today? The lobbyists and the CEOs of these corporations,
yeah.
where they, and then if you look and see who they were friendly with when they were in office, and then you see that they get like a cush job from that company after they leave out of office, like then like we talk about campaign funds and how that can be corruption, and how lobbying can be corruption, but maybe they don't get their money for what they did until after they get out of office, because they get this cush job with this company. That's the quid pro quo. You know what I'm saying?
Take a good look at how many of these politicians go in broke and then come out of office worth millions.
Exactly. So
yet everyone is all up every bit of finance about the guy that was worth millions and went out of office $100 million poorer than he was when he went in.
What?
Yeah. So
who fits that bill?
If people followed, where the trajectory of these people, when they come into office and when they come out of office, and then maybe they go back to lobbying, and then maybe they go work for a corporation or whatever, then you could put the pieces together and see, where were their interests, what were they trying to do? You know what I mean? What were they trying to accomplish?
Some of them are trying to enrich themselves, and others are trying to help the people or the country itself move to a direction of I guess more harmony. You know what I'm saying? Something that's more. But I mean, I don't know, bro. I hear you, because I think to a great extent, when we have the discussions about the bipartisan way of looking at it, or even let's just say from the standpoint
that lady's looking crazy, dude. Could you move that screen just a little bit off of that?
As they say.
Okay. I don't think
she's creeping me out, dude.
I don't know how many positions you can move it, because she just has one of those faces.
Yeah, I don't think there's much I can do about it. Let me play a little bit more, and we're gonna get off of this anyways.
But the company, the nursing homes, suddenly had to pay exorbitant rents, and that meant that something else had to give. And ultimately, what ended up happening was an enormous Medicare fraud that was designed to really overcharge Medicare for services to these residents.
It's like, it's really important how one thing leads to another, and not to give them an excuse or an out for doing shady stuff and overcharging Medicaid or Medicare or whatever, which happens, like these procedures that they don't need to be done. Like somebody is terminally ill, and then you call for their leg to be removed or something like that, and then they make a bunch of money, and then the person dies anyway, like a week or two or a month later. You know what I mean? Like the procedure wasn't gonna save them. You know what I mean? And they knew that, but they making this money. But you know, we also got to look at it, you know, the pressures that was applied to lead to these horrible decisions that they were making, coming down from these freaking investment firms coming in and putting the company in a position like that.
Well, listen. I mean, when we really look at our politicians, the corporations that's all involved with, everything we're saying, if we're not looking at it from the standpoint that they are money launderers, then we're not really giving it a real serious look, because that's all they're doing. I mean, regardless, like our quote unquote tax dollars that we shouldn't even have to pay. I mean, because if you look, they give us the illusion that they need our tax dollars, first of all, just to make us feel like we're the ones that's funding these things in our government. But every year it's more and more that we never can match. They have to go print more dollars. So I mean, it's a lot of it is a whole lie.
20%, a 20% flex tax rate just on corporations alone.
No, well,
would
no, we're
stop
talking about the people.
would stop the people from having to pay a single penny in tax.
Well, yeah, well, okay, yeah, but that's never gonna happen. They're never gonna do that, but because the whole thing is to trick the people. Because I mean, that's what democracy is all about, and that's why we're trying to fight to keep our republic. Because at least in the republic, even if you don't pay taxes, there's things that within our own government that will allow us to be able to operate. Because really, nobody really should have to pay taxes. I mean, our country provides resources that really can provide for everyone, but because of the greed and all of this these illusions that they create for us, we don't fight enough to make things right ourselves. So that, I mean, really, there's a bigger problem that we need, a psychological problem that we need to fix within our people. Because I mean, besides fear and just not having clear thoughts of what's actually happening in within our government that extends to us as the people, we the people, like we're never going to get the change that we need. And that's.
Let me play some more of this.
And the stories are absolutely gut-wrenching. There were some whistleblowers who came forward talking about what they were seeing, and the DOJ took the case, but then blew the case. But some of the tales that these whistleblowers told about forcing aged, frail, ill residents to go through incredible rehabilitation that they didn't need in order to bill Medicare for these processes. It was just shocking.
Well, you see that you read about the ER, what do they call surprise bills? I can't remember the term you used. Right. They will hospitalize people who don't need it. It's all about money. And then, of course, the care is substandard because the staffing is cut.
That's right. That's right. So ultimately, ManorCare was driven into bankruptcy by the people that bought it, but they didn't lose because they had done this transaction to buy the land underneath all of the nursing homes.
You call these private equity firms, these are your words, money spinning machines. Before we go into specifics, talk about, because the amounts are staggering. Maybe we can talk about the charming, Leon Black. These people are bringing in personally, these figures, billions upon billions of dollars. Talk about the amount of money they're generating.
The net worths of the people running these companies are in the tens of billions. In the COVID years, I think Steve Schwarzman's, he is the head of Blackstone. I think his net worth doubled during COVID. I think it went up to something like 35 billion or something. Anyway, these companies extract enormous fees for their operation. They extract fees from the pension funds that invest with them.
Well, I just
from
want to
the
interrupt you because
endowments.
the deal is they get the pension funds to invest because supposedly the pension funds will make a profit.
Right.
But then, as you read in the book, they force the pension funds to pay them management fees.
Right.
And you have cases in the book where they're not even doing anything.
Right.
But I think if I remember, they're pulling like 10%. I mean, a lot of money. And these pension funds in the end don't actually make a profit.
Many times they don't. Sometimes they do. So the
It's crazy,
Money,
man. The
money laundering. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like,
management fees, consultant fees, all of this shit. I mean, these don't even have to do nothing. Like, and meanwhile, like, you know, the whatever company it is, it's they're scraping by, like, so they can pay these damn consulting fees and management fees, like, and rent and shit. When they previously they owned the property, like it's such a huge scam. Like, this is what's happening across the nation, and it's like they got us. It's like a magic trick. Like, they're like, look over there, you know, and meanwhile they're doing this thing.
It's an understatement, and we need to not take it so lightly, bro. Like, these are crimes being committed, bro.
Exactly. These are crimes. They steal from people's pension. People work for a company their whole life, and now they can't even retire. The money is gone.
Yeah. And I mean, there's people. Right now today, there's people who has worked 30 and 40 years, whether the same place or even different places over the time, and because of things that's going on now with some of these funds, pension. Because I mean, even if you got your money in BlackRock, this, that, and the other, some of these people still end up not having a retirement. You know, and how many people really have pensions? Like, most people have to rely on a 401k that goes up and down, and every time the government has some kind of a depression or, you know, a fall in the economy, the people have to lose too.
Yeah,
It's just,
but it's these investment firms, it's these venture
yes,
capitalists
but
that go in there and suck your freaking retirement out. In some words, it's not there when it's time for you to.
But it's also in conjunction with our politics. Our politicians are allowing, like, policies that allow them to flourish and to get away with these types of things against the people who that they're supposed to be there to protect. So that's why, like, even like Warren Buffett said that if he was president and he could make the decision to be able to fix these things, is that all you have to do is make a law that if our economy gets below a certain amount of if you have more debt, more than 3% of in debt, then none of those politicians would be qualified to run for office again, and they would fix it overnight because, like, that's one of the things that they try to protect is their position to be in.
Yeah, but they don't have to run again. Like I said earlier, we was talking about the people who leave and go and be a CEO to the company. They don't need to go back into politics. They've already accomplished what they need to accomplish.
I personally think
yes, they do.
I personally think that nobody in elected office, the government, anything like that, should run a privatized retirement program. I think each and every member of Congress, each and every government employee should have only Social Security as their option unless they choose to do one private. Just like the rest, just like everyone else.
Yeah, put them on level with us.
Look, the reason why they
guarantee you they won't be ditching Social Security or giving it problems if that was their way of surviving.
Exactly.
But listen, the reason why they need to stay in office is because as soon as somebody who really has a righteous heart comes into that position, it's going to change things and fix it to where those things that they were doing or things that was done can't happen anymore. So that's why they can.
There's always going to be a new guy on the block who's trying to.
That Congress and Senate both have to vote against getting a raise every year. It's automatic that they get a small percentage raise every single year unless they specifically call up and vote against it.
Yeah. Let me
Okay,
read.
but don't y'all? Okay, so I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one seeing it from that angle because I feel like the reason why that they stay in office the way that they do is not because they're not rich enough. It's just to protect all of the things that they've done and to keep people from understanding or seeing, like
No,
they have to stay
it's
in
because
office.
the worst of them are so gerrymandered in that it doesn't matter who is there as long as it's that color of a person that they're going to win.
Right.
Just like
That,
Hillary Clinton said flat out in an interview that AOC was not a fluke. She won the nomination, and it didn't matter who won that nomination. A glass of water with a D on it would have won that election.
Yeah.
right.
And she won. She didn't bother waiting for the vote because the vote was no doubt it was going to be a Democrat. She won by going in and challenging the guy in the primary where only 10% of the voters come out at all. And she got people to like her. And so she won because she didn't have to campaign to 120, 300,000 people. She only had to campaign to about 6,000 or 8,000.
Yeah. And that kind of thing is all through the system. Like here in Texas, it's like that here. Like,
who's going to beat Pelosi in her own district? Anybody should be able to beat Ilhan Omar, but she keeps getting elected in.
It's the gerrymandering. It's the way that they draw those districts up. They're packed. Let me read some comments right here. It says, you now understand why the manufacturing sector has disappeared from America. Right. So it was more profitable for these venture capitalists
They came in. Now, here's specifically with the factories. That's why all of them got broke down first, because first they get the land. Then they get the trucks and the equipment that feed the business. Then they start selling the tools, the big tools and all that stuff for the businesses. And then all they've got left is the business themselves that now has to rent the tools, rent the trucks, rent the land, or rent everything that they used to own to work that business. And I know this happened to a small place called Caldera Steel that was bought by Trinity Steel in Longview, Texas, back in the late 80s. Because they came in and first of all, they bought the place was bought. They sold off the land, and then they started selling off all but like one or two of the fork trucks and big things to move around these big plates of steel. And then they started firing all the people because they didn't have as much. They had more work, but they didn't have enough equipment for everybody. So anyone that they didn't have their own equipment got fired. And then they would only hire people with equipment, but they were hiring them through temporary agencies.
Yeah.
So they lost all their skilled labor.
Yeah, I worked for a company where you had to bring your own tools to do the job. Like they didn't provide any tools really. And so you had to provide your own tools. So if you can't provide your tools, then you can't work that job.
Yeah, well, I know that's how it is with most mechanic shops.
Let me read a couple more. Another one, it says mafia racketeering. Boom. Another one, it says this is absolutely critical for every American to understand.
Is it not a RICO? Is what they're doing not a RICO?
It's not a crime.
It's not a crime, but it should be.
RICO is about a whole bunch of people being part of what ultimately happens. And like I say, the big thing, and I get all this, and but the only thing that I've got a problem with is to me, when they buy these companies and they take the retirement funds and stuff like that, that should, by contract, still be dispersible to the people, because even they're buying the contracts as they are as well. So these guys still should get that money.
Because they made a deal with them and told them that they were going to have that shit. Like, that's so effed up.
Get out a percentage of it now, 20, 30, 40, 50% less, and go, well, at least get some of that money. And that's the real crime, is like you guys said, 20, 30 years and having nothing.
Nothing.
It's straight Social Security.
Let me read another one. It says, I find it utterly amazing how muted the discussion on this has been for the last 40 years. This is interesting right here, because this is what, it's a reason why we're not talking about this. Not only are we not talking about this, we talk about when they do talk about this, it's in a good way. Like, this is a good thing. You know what I mean?
I can put my finger right on the time period and right on one of the people that was a fantastic example of it. Michael J. Fox, in that show where he was the young Republican in the family.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of it, which is really unusual, but he was that kind of mentality, that pirate, take down a corporation, shred it. The movie, the Kirk Douglas, Michael Sheen movie with Hannah basically Greed, I think it was.
Basically, it's propaganda.
Greed is good.
Yeah, it's basically it's a propaganda to get people to be like, you can be Warren Buffett or whatever.
No, Wall Street is exactly that movie. Shows that their whole deal is about him buying this place, a shipbuilding place or something like that, and are you going to buy it and break it apart? Are you going to buy it and take the pension away from everybody? And the new Charlie Sheen, the new lawyer kid, he's just out of law school. He's working with this guy that's trying to buy the company. And the dad is the leader of the resistance and all of that, because it's like, no, we can't do this. All they're going to do is take our shit away. We know that's going to happen. It's really a good movie. That's a perfect, literally an example of what this is.
So we're talking about the politicians being complicit in this, but so is the media. Like a story that you should be covering is this right here, and you've got countless examples of this.
But this is
all across the
nation. This is old news.
It's still relevant.
Look at this. I find it utterly amazing how muted the discussion has been in the last 40 years. That's because it's done. It's past. They talked about it. They fought it. No one gave a shit.
Because they were propagandized and brainwashed and mentally manipulated to champion this shit.
No,
to act like it's
Gen
a
X
good thing.
don't give a fuck. Because Gen X wanted to be left alone. This is something that Gen X talked about when we brought emos and freaky looking people and all this stuff into what is now this craziness going on. This is something we talked about. We knew it was going this way. Occupy Wall Street was the newer version of the protest of this. And what subtotal was done? Nothing.
Yeah. It wasn't done nothing. They bailed out the banks even after that, and it made everything worse. And people lost their houses and their pensions and retirements, and the show just continues to go on. And again, the cover of Forbes magazine or whatever is going to be some guy who's the head of a hedge fund or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and these are the people that we're supposedly aspire to be like or whatever. These are our champions. These are the people that we, look up to or whatever. And they're doing this. But we don't really put two and two together. We don't realize how, it's hurting everyone for one person to be a billionaire out of, and if you made your money fair and square, fine, whatever. But if you made your money out of, gutting companies, laying people off, stealing people's retirement and pension, then, that's a different thing. It seems like people don't really care how you made your money. It's like you got rich and it just doesn't matter.
That's the thing now. That is us imposing our personal morality on an immoral system, or excuse me, on an amoral system. The problem is it has become an immoral system because of what was allowed acceptable. A lot of that has to do going back with giving companies the right of personhood under the constitutional and giving them protection of freedom of speech and all the things like a person. And on the other side, the fiduciary responsibility lawsuits that came up saying it is the corporation's responsibility to make money for its investors. Meaning, if a corporation says, you know what, we're going to build stronger, but we're not going to pay out, that is no longer allowed. If they have the ability to make more money, they have to in any way possible.
And that's messed up.
And I'm sorry, the way companies basically were set up before was they try to make about 33%, about 1/3. We'll call it 35 for numbers. 20% chunk off of that into taxes, and then 15% left to grow the company. I mean, that used to be, grow or pay back, whichever. That used to be kind of what they were trying to do.
Now it's stock buybacks and, all 50% profit.
I understand stock buybacks too. That takes the money from being outside the corporation, bringing it back into the corporation, and increasing the value of the individual stocks.
That's artificially inflating stock values.
No, it's not artificial. It's actually strong. It makes them stronger. It does. This is one of those things where you have to actually read a little more into finance, because it's one of those things, like in a lot of things, where it sounds wrong, but the math is right.
I'm about ready to move on. I want to talk about Trump losing his case, but let me read a couple of comments before we do that. It says, working to expose, dismantle, and hold accountable people who run these firms will change America, not who you vote for as president. Boom. It says, the sad part is that most people will never watch this and would rather watch Netflix, go to sleep, just to go back to their lousy job the next morning. Yeah, so I think the main reason why I wanted to cover this is to show that, like I say, they're doing a magic trick and they say, look over there, and you're looking at the politics and you're saying, Biden's did this or whatever, and Trump did this or whatever, but we're not looking at who's actually driving this truck. Another comment, it says vampires is more of an appropriate term to describe these private equity firms.
Here's a lazy one.
Another comment, it says, my dad was in Manicare, a PE-owned rehab facility. After having a surgery, the incision got infected and he lost his leg. He couldn't work and his quality of life declined dramatically. He died about 18 months after the initial surgery on his leg. I hope these firms go first in the revolution. This is like a perfect little anecdote for the personal side of this thing. Like this thing affects people, it affects people's lives. Like, it's not just that they're robbing and pillaging, but people dying as a result. You know, so you know, it's more to it than just the money side of this. More is getting lost. Life is being lost. People's ability to make a living is being lost. Another comment, it says, this is as good a description of evil as you could ever imagine. Power without responsibility or empathy for that which you have power for gain.
Bro, you got big feet.
Another comment, it says, shelter.
So you got a big foot with an eagle sticking up.
Another comment says, shelter, food, and healthcare should be protected by law from the greed, lust by private equity crooks. A couple more, it says, believe it or not, just yesterday I watched Maurice Pearl and the founder of Patriotic Millionaires in an investigative French program, and he said, we Wall Street guys and bankers, we don't really provide that much value to society. Yeah, I saw that. You know, and it's crazy because, like I say, we look up to these people and we're like, you know, aspire to be these people. And then we look down on the guy who's the janitor or who's the teacher, you know, the mail service people, the trash service people. And, you know, we look down on these people, but these people like matter the most. You know, it's like when COVID happened and what do they call them? The people who you couldn't, that had to work because society would fall apart without them going to work, you know, but those are the same people who are getting paid the least and the least respected or whatever. But these are the folks that matter the most. But we look up to these folks who don't really add any value. They don't produce anything. What do the Wall Street guys produce? Riddle me that. A couple more, I'm gonna move on. It says, this is what happened to our local Kmart and Macy's, and then they blame the business on the debt and tell the public they are rescuing the failing business. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You know, and we believe it, like the story of Red Lobster, where I hear the people saying, you know, it's because of the, you know, the endless shrimp. And it's like, come on, man, how can you believe that? So like, there wasn't no executive, there wasn't nobody in the company that was like, hey, these endless shrimp thing is causing us to go out of business. So maybe we should do something a little bit different. Like, the people, they're that dumb that they're willing to do a promotion that's going to drive them out of business. Like, come on. It's got to be more to it than that. But people aren't taking a second to look at it and see what the hell is really going on. Okay, let's move on. Let's look at Trump. Lost his case.
To convicted former President Donald Trump say there are increasing calls to find and leak the names, addresses, and other personal information of all the jurors. I think 12 jurors changed American history.
This is probably a life-altering experience for all of them, and it'll be up to them whether or not anybody wants to step forward and reveal their identities.
Inside Edition producer Will Evans reached out to juror number 7, an attorney who lives in Manhattan.
It was clear he didn't want to talk to us. He had his headphones in. We tried to speak to him. He didn't respond. I was there. There was also another reporter from CNN. We both had letters that were just, asked, could you do an interview with us? We'd love to speak with you. We tried to give him the letters. He didn't want them. He just kind of waved us off and I guess kept walking to work.
Tensions in the courtroom were high when the verdict came down, with jurors avoiding eye contact with Trump as they delivered their verdict.
Trump did glance over at one point when the jurors were pooled asking, is this your verdict? And they went down the line of all 12 jurors. Yes, yes, yes.
About those jurors who were just average citizens trying to do their civic duty here. Now they have to worry about their own safety and security.
Attorney and jury consultant Renato Stabile says he'd be surprised if any of the jurors come forward.
They don't get any additional safety precautions. They just return to their lives. But if anything happens, they'll have to address it with the authorities.
So are the 12 jurors who convicted former President Donald Trump safe? There are increasing calls to find and leak.
So yeah, it would be very, very unfortunate if the names of any of these people, they kept them under wraps and they kept it, not to the public. And I think that's a really good thing, because if people knew who these people were, they would harass them, or hurt them, they would be in danger. So, it's unfortunate if you just, get called up for jury duty and you end up on a case like this one, and now your freaking life is on the line. Like, these are the times that we're living in, and if it's true that Trump wants those jurors' names to be out, that's pretty shady on his part, because he knows that, if the names of those people were to come out, that those people would have problems in their life. And it's not like they're freaking bad people or whatever. Like, they didn't do anything but, end up on some high profile case. Let me read D.L. Hughley posted this. He says, this type of is fictional mobster gangster movies are made of, except we're talking about former president of the United States. It says, if true, this will not bode well for his sentencing. These people, like the Atlanta, Georgia poll workers, Miss Ruby and her daughter, they deserve to be left alone and not attacked by any cult members or any attempt to find or identify them. This should be taken seriously, and I hope the judge now gives serious consideration for jail sentences for the former public employee named Trump. I was just saying this, leave it to the Trump followers to try and break the law and threaten these people like they have done in every single case. The judges, the prosecutors like Fannie Willis and Jack Smith, the FBI, and anyone trying to do their job. I hope that it's not true that he said he wanted those people's names to be leaked. Because if that's true, that's really horrible. Let me see if I can find more on this. The freaking... Oh. Let's play this.
Be allowed to run. Okay, sure. If she were to win this election, it would create an unprecedented constitutional crisis. In that situation, we could very well have a sitting president under felony indictment and ultimately a criminal trial. It would grind government to a halt. She shouldn't be allowed to run. Okay, sure. If she were to win this election, it would create an unprecedented constitutional crisis. In that situation, we could very well be sitting president under felony indictment and ultimately a criminal trial. It would grind government to a halt.
So this is interesting, right? These were Trump's comments when he ran the first time, and he was talking about Hillary Clinton and her, being under, under the eyes of the law, if you will, and saying that she shouldn't be able to run for president. So, but I'm sure that he doesn't feel that way now, given that he's the one that's, under the eyes of the law, if you will, and is running for president. So it's like, it's ironic, how does he feel about things? And, the people who support him, how do they feel about this? Like, how can you on one hand feel this way about one person and then, some, differently about another, So for me, it feels like you don't have any real integrity. You don't have any real character when, you want to hold certain people accountable and others not, or whatever. Hold certain people to a standard and others not. Joyanne Reed posted this. She said,
Okay, something you have to understand too right now is a large portion of America is really feeling like the justice system is being used as a political weapon. It's been weaponized. They don't believe the legitimacy of the cases. I mean, the guy ran on a ticket of, I'm going to get 45. His whole political slogan was, I'm going to get, he got voted on a platform of, I am going to attack a private citizen in any way I can. A lot of this, I'm not talking about the hush money stuff. I'm not going to go back to Clinton. I'm not going to go back to the fact that Stormy had a NDA which she violated and all of that and crazy stuff and all. I'm just going to say that a lot of the stuff about the misjudging how much or misappraising things is part of the business. It is being done. It was being done then. It's still being done now. The guy that's doing the prosecution actually publicly said, you guys don't need to worry about it because you're not him. And now we get to the case in itself where the judge gave the jury a 54-page set of instructions about these are the different ways in which he can be found guilty. I mean, there's so much loose weirdness and things that aren't normal going on about this case that everyone is like, everyone wants to go, oh, he's a convicted felon. And it's like, yeah. And it's going to go to an appeal and it's going to go to another one. And to tell you the truth, honestly, looking at it from what I've read, about 4 of them are valid. And the other ones are just this guy going on a witch hunt. And I mean, I have a problem with the very fact that the guy ran on a platform of, I'm going to use my power of your vote to go after a private citizen. To me, that delegitimizes almost everything, especially when you start adding about how there is no precedent for these charges to come against him at any time in the past toward anyone other than him. And I'm not defending him. I'm not saying he's not a crook in ways, because he is. He's a New York businessman. He's a jerk. He's a jackass. He's an asshole. And now he's friggin' toxic. And I don't think he should be president. But I also don't think that the justice system, the media, and the entire Democratic Party are spending every bit of time that they possibly can to stop him from being able to travel, to stop him from having any money, and to stop him from having the time to campaign. And I think that all of this is more about that than it is about him actually having done anything viable or anything other than the fact that people in the power structure, especially in liberal cities, hate his freaking guts and will do anything, ethical or not, to take him down.
Well, if that's what they're trying to do, they are failing miserably. Okay, because
well, that's the Democrats for you. Haven't you noticed how they tend to fail forward?
I mean that may be true, but what I'm saying is, you know,
yes, that's just a rip. That's not.
He raised $200 million after the thing. And
here's a good one. Here's a good one that I've mentioned a couple of times that have upset people. All of a sudden, we don't agree with a friggin' decision that the court made. You notice there aren't cities burning down. The person that we feel was wronged, or the person that felt is wrong, raised $52 million in 24 hours. The right and the left are different. I know that's one you got to think of. I'm sorry. I have been in a lot of discussions lately, and I am actually coming to the conclusion that the left is violent in action, in word, in deed, more than the right is. They are less tolerant. They are less open to discussion.
I don't really agree with that. And let's see what happens in the election if he loses, and then we'll revisit that. But the $200 million.
Why revisit it? It's right. This is a right now thing.
Yeah.
Everyone said, "Oh, if Trump gets out of these, if he gets burned, they're going to burn cities down. There's going to be riots everywhere. It's going to." No, it didn't.
Well, they're always talking about the end of the world.
Chicken Little, the sky is falling.
Yeah, well, you know,
the other side though, it disturbs me. All of these hard right Christian groups putting up these pictures of Trump going, "Praise this man, praise Jesus, pray for this man. He has done all. He is so wonderful." It's like, no, he's a New York corporate jackass. He's a businessman, which, no offense, is kind of what we need in charge of the country right now. Not some fucking, not someone that wants to go for untested technology, something like this. Someone that knows how to run a business, because America is no longer just a country. It is a business. And if you don't have business acumen as well as political respect, then you're not going to do anything as the president of America. And right now, we have a leader, quote unquote, that has no respect across the world. This asshole, as much as he is a jackass, was hated. But because of that, he was also respected. Because you have to have a certain amount of respect to hate somebody. To make that emotion be pure enough, you have to respect them as a human being enough to hate them as one. Sorry, that's a core root emotion. And, you know, I think he's bad. You know, I've said many reasons why I don't like him and don't think he's good for the country, but I defend him on the way he's being treated and the way things are going down. I don't like it. I feel like the Justice Department, especially the man that ran his campaign based on that, is a sham. And everyone's celebrating, oh, felonies, felonies, felonies. Guess what? Every single one of our founding fathers was a fucking felon. Most of our founding fathers were executed, died in captivity, or were at least imprisoned for quite a while. So you can't judge a person by that, really. Now, if he ends up in jail, that's going to be very, very interesting. Or if he ends up supposedly in jail, that's going to become very, very interesting. That's what I kind of am interested in seeing play out.
Yeah, I don't see how they could possibly, you know,
They'll leave him out on his own recognizance until the election. They'll have to. That will cause all kinds of entire craziness, and possibly immediately have the Supreme Court turn around and look at it and go, yeah, no.
Yeah, I don't see how they could do that. Maybe house arrest or something like that. I really don't see how. I don't see how that would work at all, because he would have to have Secret Service and all of that. I mean, like,
because he has Secret Service, he's not a country flight risk from the country, because they can guard him as well as protect him.
Yeah. So yeah,
Or
why
put
would he
one
want to leave?
FBI person in with them, and then they have a federal monitor or a marshal with him, and they've got a federal marshal monitoring him and the Secret Service. So
yeah, why would he want to leave anyways? I think it would be fun to speculate on the ideas of how it would look for them to try to jail him. That I don't know how they could possibly pull that off. Like, how could they even really do that? Given that he's still running for president and could possibly win. So that would be the craziest thing for him, to be in jail and win the presidency. Like, crazy. And I ain't gonna lie, I mean, like, this has been helping him. That's what I was about to say though earlier, where he was talking about the Democrats coming at him or whatever, which I don't really believe, because I don't see how you could say that the Democratic Party has the power over all of these different law enforcement agencies. Like, that is just way too much for me to believe, But as far as that being true,
why is it so hard to believe?
Let's say it is true. They're sucking. It's not working. His poll numbers have increased. He's gained $200 million. This whole trial, the whole trial is like him running. He don't have to go out and campaign,
because a lot of people are seeing what I'm talking about.
The TV is campaigning. He's campaigning from the TV, from the courtroom, and it's working. So
No, the exact reasons that you're saying that you can't see is the reasons why it is what it is. And all right, first of all, we're talking about the states that are mostly Democratic, that's don't having these that will even put a case on him like this. Now, and it's majority Democrat, whatever, blah blah blah. Because I mean, otherwise, in the state level, if it was federal, it wouldn't work, because it's certain things that you can get away with on different some levels of government, where it's just not gonna happen. When you actually using real sense of, because bro,
well, if it was federal, he could just pardon himself once he become president, but he wouldn't be able to pardon himself from those state charges.
No, he can't. No, he can't pardon himself. But we're talking about people on a level that, all right, when we're talking about the difference in state and federal, you can't, like, it just doesn't add up. Like, the charges that they have him on, because they're looking at it from a certain point of view. But when we're really talking about, like, it just doesn't. It's just stupid that he's even in court for something that he did in his business over a decade ago, because he had something that's going on with his what, because I'm starting to do like you. I'm like my thoughts. I'm losing.
Well, the felony charges are having to do with the campaign when he ran the last time.
Okay.
So that's not a decade ago.
It's a decade ago. What? Because the actual him being with the woman was over a decade ago, and then but him
Well,
having
there's several different. There's 34 different charges that stretch across several different things.
Yeah.
What he's in trouble for is hiding that money and
for saying that it was a legal
falsifying that the paperwork related to paying what's his name for.
Look, how many people have non-disclosure agreements?
That's not what he's catching his felonies for.
Well, no, because that's a lot of what they're saying is that because he wrote something down as a legal fee, how what I'm saying? How was he supposed to write it? Like, what was he supposed to name these things when he, or let's just say when he said, because who's really looking at themselves as doing something illegal and it's like, oh well, I'm a, call it this or whatever. Like, who's gonna really say that? Oh, this was. I don't know, bro. It's just a lot of stuff that just does not add up and make a bunch of sense. And them trying to fight him on a state level when he's, doing things on a different, his class is at a different level. Like he's been a U.S. president. Like, how are you gonna really try to go against him on a state level when you can try to make up different angles of how he did something to violate you statewide, but he didn't really do anything illegal when we're discussing it from a federal position. When he appeals, it's not going to go back to the state again. It's going to go to a federal level, and most likely it's going to be washed out because it's not looked at as illegal from that standpoint. It's a lot of it really just doesn't make sense. It's exactly what he's been saying it was. Like, it's different people trying to, they're wasting time. They're trying to hold back a presidential, like this is just another way one of Biden's constituents that's willing to go go out of their way to try to harm him or slow him down, make him look bad.
Outside
Who's
and walked down. I didn't see a dog.
That's Doc's background. It's falsifying the records is illegal.
It's bullshit though.
Let's play a little bit of this.
Delivered by a Manhattan jury of 7 men. Guilty on all counts. Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of the United States, was found guilty late today in a New York courthouse on all 34 counts of falsifying business records to conceal payments to a porn star just before the 2016 election. The stunning verdict was delivered by a Manhattan jury of 7 men and 5 women who deliberated for 2 days, making Mr. Trump the first former American president to be convicted of a crime. He remains the presumptive Republican nominee in the close race for president. Mr. Trump stood in the courtroom in Lower Manhattan as each of the jurors confirmed they agreed with the verdict. Afterward, Mr. Trump called it a disgraceful trial and still claimed he didn't do a thing wrong. In a statement, President Biden's campaign said, in New York today, we saw that no one is above the law, adding that Donald Trump has always mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain. Today's conviction will no doubt have an impact one way or another on this year's election. We have it all covered for you on this historic night, beginning with senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Laura, a truly historic day in court.
Indeed, Lester, one simple word, guilty, repeated over and over and over and over 34 times those simple words, something that happens every day in courtrooms across America. But this time was different. This time about the current presumptive GOP nominee, a former American president, something we've never seen before. Those ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 12 members from everyday walks of life in New York City. We had a salesman, the foreman. We had 2 lawyers. We had someone who was a physical therapist, a speech therapist, all walks of life coming together for a unanimous verdict today, Lester.
It's all. So, do y'all think that Biden had some impact on who the jurors were or something like that? Like, impacted the jurors into making the decision to find him guilty?
That's the kind of questions that piss me off about leftists. That's a ridiculous question.
It is a ridiculous question. I totally agree. It's ridiculous. But I mean that the conspiracy theory stuff about this is ridiculous. Like that the Democratic Party is the ones who is putting Trump on trial. That is ridiculous.
No, it's not
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
I said the guy that brought the charges up campaigned on a platform of I am going to attack and take down a private citizen. That's what I said. I said that these charges are brought up more because of the politician and it being a political attack than it is any call for any real justice or right. That's what I said.
But no, but the people who that went after Trump like this, they were definitely, Democrats that use their powers and their ability, because even if they didn't, get these jurors were, Republicans and Democrats equally, the way that they set the trial up was so that it would be looked to be something that's illegal based on the state. But there's like, for my whole thing is like, anybody who has ever done this needs to go on trial and be in front of all these different things. The only reason why he went to trial is because he's Trump, and they trying to find a way against him. They're not going after every New Yorker that has done the same kind of practice.
People get in trouble for this kind of stuff all the time.
And
no, they don't.
And Stormy did him dirty in her testimony too, and played a victim card. She was on a talk show a few years ago going, yeah, paid for it, consensual, no big problem, blah, blah, blah. But when she gets up on the stand, she's, it's not really, but, I felt pressured and I was intimidated. But,
Yeah, but at the same time, while all that was happening,
sympathy from the jury, man. I mean,
while
there's
all that
some
was
dirty pool being played in these cases, and that's
Yeah.
my only problem.
Listen, they had an NDA there. Why would they make her go against her NDA just for this?
No, here's the thing: the
would
payouts that
pay
they're
Trump.
talking about, specific payouts that he's under charges for, are from when she came back after he paid her already, and she broke the NDA when he was when he announced running for president, and he paid her off. That's what these charges are based on. Are her threatening to breaking the NDA to come and get a payoff from him again. And that's how she became the chick that was getting Trump checks before getting Trump checks were cool.
Yeah, and the state of New York was willing to pay for every charge that she created by talking against Trump. So, like, you don't think that that's criminal?
Oh, well, remember, that's a different criminal case. That's different.
It doesn't matter.
We'll get to that later. Maybe.
But they created crimes.
All that matters is French man bad.
But my whole thing to Shaka is they created crimes to try to make him a criminal.
These are not created crimes. These are on the books.
No,
They didn't
no, no,
create
no, no.
crimes.
Listen,
They went digging. They went digging and stretching and reaching until they could find something.
they committed
And then they gave a
crimes.
54-page. They gave a 54-page list of instructions on how he could be found guilty in these circumstances to the jury.
Well, look,
Which is why they had to
also,
keep coming back and asking questions.
but listen, also creating gag orders of things that he could say or not say, just so that he couldn't defend himself.
No,
he could have sat on there and testified, but he chose not to.
No, his lawyers chose not to.
Well, because he was going to perjure himself if he did. That's why he didn't get up there. So yeah, it was,
because
why?
Why would no? Because 99% of the time in cases like this, you don't put the person up there because the gotcha questions and leading moments do more damage in front of a jury than actually trying to tell the truth is.
But
because people try to tell the truth, but they frame it as gotcha questions. So no matter what you say, it rips around. And Trump is horrible at those kind of questions.
Yeah, he would have perjured himself for sure.
Well, you saying perjured?
No, he would have said stuff, not necessarily
that most
perjured
people wouldn't have
himself.
understood.
That's your words. I'm saying he would have said something that would have alienated the jury against him because of the way he said it.
Yeah.
And the whole idea is, it's not about perjury. It's about making sure that the jury doesn't hate you.
Well, no, because listen, because the jury, for one, a lot of them don't really understand law and really the nuance that runs in between these different facts or truths. So when you're holding something up here for people to look at and they're questioning, he can be as honest as possible, but because they have demonized what the truth is and how they should look at it, that's
the
what
way he phrases it.
Yeah, and
He's
annoying. And it's
annoying.
not,
God.
and what he's doing is
Real.
not really illegal, but because they're trying to make it look as if it is, the public.
It's clearly illegal. He got 34 felonies,
Okay,
bro.
Again, man.
It's clear.
54
all right, that's fine.
pages of instructions on how to view him as guilty. Come on.
Yeah, and
gotta see you again. You're showing your left with no ability to understand that there might be something else going on.
But listen, at the same
Just
time,
like we're all kind of doing that. I'm the one trying to split the middle, and
but listen,
you guys are both trying to see it from one point of view.
They know that the venue that they're in is what's really gonna turn them to make him, because this is the main point that most people are gonna remember is that he had guilty verdicts, but at the same
Technically,
time,
you could argue it was not a jury of his peers.
But we're talking about people who when he goes to appeal, it's going to be in a different kind of court. And when we're looking at it from a different point of view, like a federal Supreme Court or federal court is not going to look at it the same way, and they will turn everything over because of the bullshit that they know that they see the state did. Like it's those gag orders, like all these different things that played into what brought the case to where it is, all that stuff will be overturned. So the reason for him not, you saying, well, you say perjuring himself, but for him to go on the stand and
I don't think he's going to win any appeals on this. It's just going to push it back. It's going to push the sentencing back probably to after the election. And then at that point, like how could they possibly, like we said, how could they possibly
3 steps? He's going to lose, and win.
If he wins the election, how could they possibly take him to jail, or even really hold him accountable in any way? I don't see what kind of, they're going to say he's got to do some kind of probation or something. He's going to have to see a probation officer and I don't know, do some kind of community service or something. Like,
Well, here's the funny thing. It doesn't matter in all of this. It is quite often not to jail the first time offender.
yeah, that's true. That's
in
true.
every single one of these.
That's 100% true.
And
So like,
he is a first time offender. He does not have a criminal record.
right.
There is absolutely no reason to sentence him to jail unless you're just being an asshole.
Right.
You're
So,
gonna fine the shit out of him.
Right. So
That's what at this point, if they
even a
do
regular
anything more
person,
than fine the shit out of him, I'm going to stand 100% behind this is politically motivated.
I don't agree with that part, but yeah, even if it was a
The
regular
dude
person,
ran on a platform of "I'm going to get him." Come on, man.
even if it was a regular
Of course, it's
person,
politically motivated.
they're
It
not
might
gonna,
be by the books, but he's still doing it because who he is.
yeah.
This isn't about justice. This is about spanking the orange man.
You know, but he committed crimes. I mean, committed crimes. Like, that's it.
Yeah, and so has our lovely little current guy, who also did not go to the trial because they didn't want to put him on the stand. And then another guy said, well, wait, I can't put him on the stand because he's going to be an old man with fading memory, is going to be too sympathetic to the jury, which means 46 is never going to be held accountable for anything he's done. Because as soon as he's out of office, he is no longer capable of testifying in court, and therefore he's free of everything. And we know if charges are going against this one, there should be charges against that one.
For what specific crimes are you thinking now?
Let's look. It's been admitted by several people that they have witnessed committing crimes. We are talking about being part of the whole Hunter Biden situation. We're talking about using his power to cover up the laptop. We're talking about his using his power to influence the investigation into Hunter Biden. We're talking about the whole we're talking about the whole who is the big guy. I mean, you want to sit here and get specifics. You're okay with using vague accusations and first-time things when it's 45, but you don't want to open your eyes and see the same thing about your left savior, your angel, your cult leader.
Well, if you wanted to hold Biden accountable for war crimes, then I would agree.
There's a couple of them, but I'm trying not to go there because I don't want to go all the way back to Clinton.
But you know,
except for Jimmy Carter, every freaking living president is guilty of war crimes. And even that's questionable.
Let's do this. Let's move on. This one, it says, if every person on Earth just recycled, stopped using plastic straws, and drove an electric car, 100 corporations would still produce 70% of total global emissions. So kind of an argument I've been making over and over again, how they try to point the finger at us and say that, you know, use your reusable grocery bag and, cut down your footprint and use metal straws and reusable cups and stuff, and then you can just save the environment. Meanwhile, the corporations still produce plastic inside of boxes, inside of plastic, inside of boxes, one-use products, no amount of individual action is going to make a real difference when it comes to this stuff. If we really want to make a difference, we have to put pressure on these corporations in the way that they produce things, the way that they do things.
Dude, all I say is this: we produce 14 I think it's 14 million. No, we produce 6 million tons of CO2, which is how they want to measure. That's really not what we should be using to measure climate change. But anyway, using that because it's what they say, you do realize that we're only the second highest producer, and we produce less than half of the number one producer. The number one producer is China. And ain't nobody saying anything to them about it. No one's telling them to cut down. Everyone's, it's like they produce 14 million as to units, however they measure it, as opposed to the U.S. producing 6. So it gets me, and there's actually other metrics that can be used that show that we're actually only about the 6th worst polluter, with 4 of the other 5 being specifically China and that whole East Asia areas. Because, man, they don't have regulations. They dump crap in the ocean. They don't care. I mean, they don't have the laws like we do. So, and China is treated as a third world nation still. They're considered a developing nation. They don't have the world restrictions and trade restrictions that we would put on any other country that produces as much waste and stuff as they do.
Yeah, I'm running out of steam. I wanted to cover this earlier related to the hedge fund deals. Hold on, let me go to this. Let me play this for y'all.
You know what they did to Red Lobster? Yeah, they're coming for all the restaurants. And by them, I mean private equity, all the billionaires. And they're about to finish off the whole sub sandwich industry. All of it. Quiznos went first. Deadly. A lot of you guys are probably too young to even know. Quiznos basically invented the toasted sub, but they gone. Subway was family owned for more than 5 decades. Gone. Porta Subs, gone. And now they're coming for Jersey Mike's. No one other than Blackstone. Trying to pay $8 billion for it. But this is a thing called vulture capitalism, not venture capitalism. What they do is they take over the business, then they sell off all the real estate to their buddies. Then they force the businesses, all the franchise owners, the regular people trying to open small businesses, they force them to pay rent on their own properties that they used to own. Then they do all sorts of weird deals where they got to like rent their equipment and pay all sorts of extra fees. Basically, they turn all the franchise owners into cash cows that they can extract maximum money out of. That makes all the franchises not profitable, just the big rich motherfuckers at the top. And once the whole industry is owned by the same friends, they don't need any competition. They don't need you to eat good subs. They start giving you less meat. Pretty soon we're all eating bugs. But they haven't finished yet. Jersey Mike's ain't dead yet. And Jersey Mike's is fucking delicious. I almost feel like we should do something about it. If only there was
Jersey Mike's is good.
He's like, if only it was something we could do about it. Yeah, I don't know what we could do about it. I like Quiznos. Like Subway doesn't toast them, and Quiznos toasted the subs, and that really freaking makes a difference. Like
Subway's is supposed to on some, but you can always ask them to.
I go to Jimmy John's now, and they don't toast either.
Yeah, but they're so small. They're so small for the price of that you get a half a sandwich for the price of a foot long.
Yeah, it's like $7.
But I do have to admit, their hot sandwiches are way better than Subway's.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
convenient. for
yeah,
me,
I go to
so
Subway for cold sandwiches. If I want a hot sandwich, I'd go pretty much anywhere else. But I don't like Slotsky's.
yeah, Slotsky's. No, I don't really like. So I don't. The service at Subway is so terrible. That's what keeps me out of Subway.
Yeah, they went to single person on shift on a lot of places and stuff like that. That's another one that we're about to see sell a whole bunch of locations.
Yeah, Subway.
Like I said, a recession is coming, man. A bunch of cinemas sold. A bunch of retail stores are selling. A lot of places where people will be normally go to spend disposable income, they're closing down now. And it's not that venture capital thing and stuff like that. It's the same thing that happened in the 80s. It's the same thing that happened in the late 90s, early 2000s when both those recessions hit. A lot of the restaurants, because remember, like Steak and Ale and a bunch of the other ones in the 90s all closed down right before that recession hit and all that craziness went on. So the market is telling me that we're about to not have a bunch of available extra income.
Yeah. Well, good news. The GameStop stocks have gone up since the guy came back on the scene. What's his name? Roaring Kitty.
I'm mad at them. They promised me a job at a new store they were going to build here because GameStop is about to evolve its entire concept. It's not going to be just games anymore. It's going to be all kinds of games. And they're going to get into role-playing games. They're going to get into board games, things like that. They're going to have tables. They're going to have shows. They're going to have people that work there running games. And they wanted me to come in and organize that there was going to be 5 big ones in the city. And all of a sudden, after that big stock thing went on, they went, yeah, we're holding off on that plan. We're not going to do that. And then rumors started again, and I found out I was out of the running because I'm an old white man, and I didn't fit the demographic that they wanted.
Well, I like the thing that's happening with GameStop because we're talking about the venture capitalists and how those guys win with what they do, and they put so much pressure, to not let the little guy win, even when they follow the same rules that they do and play the game the same way that they play the game. They still find a way to rig it against the regular person. And this GameStop thing is cool because it's showing the regular guy winning. Let me play this.
Yeah, not so much anymore.
Yeah, let me play this.
$15 million worth of shares. Dude, holy shit. The other week when Roaring Kitty, D-fucking value, posted all those memes all over Twitter and all the shills were like, oh, see, he's just a pump and dumper. No, he's not. Because he just posted on Reddit for the first time in 3 years and he posted a position update. And holy shit. The last position update, he had 200,000 shares worth $19 million of GameStop. Now he has 5 million shares. Bro didn't just hold. He doubled down again and again and again. What is that? 5 times over? That's 25 times the position. I presume the screenshot was taken on Friday where it's showing a gain on the day of $10 million. So not only does Keith Gill now have $115 million worth of GameStop shares, which he has been holding like a fucking silverback. Remember, dude could have just sailed off into the night with millions of dollars of profit and never gone online again. But instead, not only did he 20x his position, he also bought $65 million worth of call options that expire in 3 weeks on the 21st. If you don't know what a call option is, it means betting the price is going to go boom, boom. So to be clear, I am not telling you to buy GameStop. I'm just saying that we're all holding and we've been holding all along. And we already knew that Deep Fucking Value was holding with us. Just all the fucking shills on the internet were trying to pretend like it wasn't true. Again, make your own financial decisions. Don't listen to people on the internet telling you they know what's going to happen. If you want a breakdown of what's going on with GameStop, pinned to the top of my Twitter feed is a full breakdown of like the big picture. And if your brain does start telling you to buy GameStop this week when shit goes crazy, this is a great video for you to watch first to make sure you're making a sound decision that you actually believe in and you're actually aware of the risks involved in investing in this stock. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is a very complicated buy and hold play up against very big players. But it turns out we got some pretty big players on our team too, motherfucker. And we're not selling. He's got $115 million worth of shares. Dude, oh.
Yeah, so and GameStop did rally. Is that the right term? It did rally. They were saying they were.
Remember back a few years ago when I was early into this, I was telling you, buy GameStop now. Buy GameStop now. I mean, and yeah, it is a fluke. It is something that I would not count on for other companies. And it's gone up. But again, that's because people are buying it. What really, the bad thing that happened was the venture capitalists dumped the stock and tried to devalue it and all that. And these guys grabbed on it early.
Right.
And
they tried to
holding it because
short it.
It was so, it was so low that their $5 million investments have turned into 115. But that's not going to happen for us now.
Well,
we're catching this late into the curve.
But what did they say at the beginning of this? To the moon. Let me play some of this. Am I sharing? Hold on. I'm not sharing. So yeah, I don't have any stocks. I don't really want to.
I will buy health insurance before I'll buy stocks right now.
I just don't want to be involved in it. I think that it's overall it's what's causing a lot of the problems that we have freaking in the world.
I
think it's a game.
Stocks,
it's a game
things like that are how you build generational wealth. If you stay out of principle, then your principle is to not build generational wealth.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. I've been dabbling for years in learning, and I got really close. But the more I learn about it, the more there's a principle issue with it. But anyways,
trading in the stock market as a profession and things like that. Yeah, that's some crazy and not necessarily moral, ethical kind of stuff. But to put your money into the stock market and buy like top 500, buying your REITs and things like that have dividends and things like that, that is exactly what the stock market is for.
Yeah, but we were
building
just
generational wealth.
We were just talking about
are manipulating stocks and companies and shit like that. And that's where we're talking about shit getting fucked up.
Yeah, well, like there's multiple problems. One of them is like, the exponential growth model of, it's all about creating value for our shareholders or whatever, And so if we're talking about the culture, the vulture capitalists, and gutting companies or whatever. Meanwhile, the people make money out of it, if they know what's going on or whatever, and I also feel like the other part is it's rigged against the regular guy. You know what I mean?
Do you
those
realize,
are my issues.
Say you've got an account at Bank of America. Do you realize that you get more of a payout interest wise and value wise by buying their stock than you do by putting your money into savings?
I understand that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't want to
That's why
be involved.
You don't have to manipulate, you don't have to play, but investing is what the stock market is about. Investing to build generational wealth, to put interest on your money that is better than you're going to get with Social Security or just chucking it in the bank. Because if you chuck it in the bank, you're promoting that system far more than you ever do buying stock. Because instead of taking your money and saying, I want this small amount, you're going, here, I'm going to take less than 1% instead of the 4.5% I can get from your stock and give you my money, and you can invest it in these companies that take over and destroy shit.
The more you support this system and believe in this system is what gives it its power and what it allows it to continue to do what it does. You know, if you want to make money for nothing, you know,
but that's not money for nothing.
There's going to be losers. Somebody loses.
That's not money for nothing. See, I don't understand where you're saying money for nothing.
You're not.
Money,
you don't do anything.
Money for nothing is taking money from people that have it and giving it to people that don't. That's money for nothing.
What I mean is you don't do anything, and you make money from doing nothing.
What do you think Social Security is?
No, you put that money into the Social Security system from when you was working,
which then invests them into stocks, which then builds interest, which then is paid out. Do you actually think that you get dollar for dollar back? That money is put into stocks and investment and is increased. Otherwise, there would never be enough money in it. That's why taking all that principal out has stopped it, because the increase in the amount of interest no longer matches the growth of the number of people that need it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't want to go down this road of the philosophy related
This is nothing about philosophy. This is finance. This is something you need to understand if you ever want to open, run, or build a business.
Yeah,
if you
built
ever
on
want to
this
save
horrible system that exploits people.
And what system does not exploit people?
And it benefits the few.
There is no such thing as a system that does not exploit people.
Let me play this right here. Check it out.
Once again, we are talking about GameStop because, I mean, you can't ignore what's going on in the shares, up 15% so far today. And it's for exactly what you said. The company completed its share sale program, raised nearly $1 billion in that process. So similar to what we saw with AMC this past month, really striking while the iron is hot and taking advantage of this month's meme stock resurgence to raise funds. The proceeds of the sale will add to GameStop's cash pile. Prior to the sale, that clocked in at about $1.1 billion. And it plans to use these proceeds also for general corporate purposes, which may include acquisitions and investments. So remains to be seen. It's interesting to see a stock rally, 17% after actually raising or selling shares. Not typically what you would expect, but that is really the story of these meme stocks. You wouldn't necessarily expect GameStop shares to be up nearly 60% in May, but Matt, that's exactly what has happened. Once again,
60%. It says GameStop shares rally after raising nearly $1 billion. It's really interesting. And like I say, I really love this right here. It's like screwing over the hedge funds and the regular guys winning out of this. For them to win, they have to be in it not for themselves. And that's another part of the whole thing, that that I don't like about the buying and selling of the stocks is, you're just trying to make some money for yourself or whatever. Like it's all about me and the individuality and like, me and my family or whatever, screw everybody else or whatever. But the people who are buying
taking your hard-earned money and making it work for you. That's what it's about. I'm not talking about all this hedge fund and shit. See, you are putting it at a point where me as a personal person investing in there is now a shit fucking human because I'm perpetrating a system which was designed for people to set back for retirement, to have a little bit of money and have their money work for them instead of just sitting somewhere as inflation goes crazy and we're literally losing money. Why you're saying, hey, I'd rather keep it in a mattress than do anything with it.
I would agree with that part.
You lost 9% of your money last year because of inflation.
It's an evil ass system.
And every year you leave it there, you lose money on it as inflation goes up. Because there is no system that is going to stop inflation.
It's an evil system. The point I'm trying to make is about the GameStop.
It's evil people in control of a system that is supposed to have reasonable regulations, and they've stripped those out of the way using laws and things like that. I mean,
but the point I'm trying to make is related to this GameStop is that these people are buying and holding, and that is the name of the game for these folks, because you could buy and then you can sell and you make your money and you get out or whatever. But for this to work, to screw over the man, you got to buy and hold. You get what I'm saying?
For this to work, you know what's going to have to happen? GameStop is going to have to start making money.
They don't have to make money if people keep buying the stock and holding it. It wasn't a very good.
Okay.
It wasn't a very good stock from the beginning.
I thought you went through an artificial bubble that was created that burst and fucked you over. That's what this is. It's an artificial bubble that's been created, and it's great. It does. It absolutely screws over the venture capitalists. But the winners are going to be the guy that bought all those millions and millions of millions. He's going to be the winner in this. And if GameStops don't make money, if the stores don't make money, then that's going to devalue the stock in and of itself.
It was never a good stock from the beginning. They all knew this. From the beginning. They knew this. GameStop is people buy their games.
Passion is not math. You've lived through a bubble and you don't see one coming.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not a bubble. I'm not saying it's not a bubble. You have to understand what I'm trying to explain this GameStop thing, this phenomenon that's happening. They knew it wasn't a good stock.
I completely 100%.
People don't even buy physical games no more. Everybody buys their games online. You don't have to go to a store to buy your game. You just download it online. Everybody does that. GameStop model, the way it's structured right now, it's not a good model.
You're literally arguing what I'm saying.
Because I understand this. You're not understanding what I'm trying to get.
I do understand. I understand it quite thoroughly that you're saying the stock alone will support the stores being open, but they won't. Eventually, the stores are not going to make enough money to stay open. This is not cash in their pocket. This is cash in the internet. This does not keep stores open.
I get
when this is all done, done and said for, there's going to be a few rich people and thousands of people out of jobs. And that's what you're supporting right now. And that's what you're so happy about.
I'm happy about them scoring over the hedge funds. That's what I'm happy about. I'm happy about this little guy actually being able to make a difference and play on the big
They don't go for any sympathy when 9,000, 10,000, 15,000 people lose their fucking jobs over this. Because that's what's coming.
If GameStop doesn't dramatically change its structure, it doesn't have a future regardless. The people that work in GameStop work there so they can get discounts on games and stuff like that. Like, these aren't people like this. It doesn't have a real viable future as an employee, as an employee or whatever. You know what I mean? That's not what this is. You know what I mean? I'm trying to explain the GameStop thing and what's cool about it, and how, the buy and hold is what's driving this thing. And that's the reason why it rallied and continues to rally. And the media is not covering it in that way. They're trying to say...
No, you're celebrating headlines.
No, because the headlines aren't even covering this properly. The headlines are saying...
headline. These are the headlines that I see all the time. This is what I see about it more than I see, blah, 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 blah on this.
They're saying
but then when I go and talk to financial analysts, like some of them are actually heavily involved in this buy too, they're all saying this is a fluke. It's a ride, and it is going straight toward a fucking wall. And when it hits that wall, it's over.
Because
some people are going to lose their ass over it.
Because they're trying to create a narrative around this.
This is not they I'm talking to. I'm not talking to the media and shit. I'm talking to people that know what they're fucking talking about. They're not just happy to watch the big guys get bit. I'm talking to big guys.
That's the point. The big guys, the Wall Street people don't want to see little guys win, period. They want to rig it against them. And anytime that they win, then they make excuses and say that it's some bullshit.
There's a deliberate point of connection that you are not getting with me, and I am not going to continue fighting to make it. It's okay. I completely understand and see what you're coming from, but you don't understand. You're not catching what I'm talking about, where this is going. And that's okay. Celebrate the win for the little guy over the big guy.
That's
I'm going to be sad when the little guy gets fucking stomped on, because that's the inevitable conclusion to this. A few guys are going to get rich, and thousands of people are going to be out of fucking their jobs. It's just not going to be the big guys getting rich. It's going to be a few little guys, or excuse me. Well, shit. Like the guy, 115 fucking million. That ain't a little guy.
These guys didn't put a lot of money in this. The stock was a trash stock, and they drove it up.
They did.
So they,
I know.
It's
talked about this. I talked about this before you did.
It's throwaway money. They're not looking at it like I'm gonna lose, $500, and I'm gonna freaking,
I'm
be
talking
the end of the world.
12,000 jobs. I'm not talking about dollars. I could give a shit less what these people win and lose on this. I'm talking about a company going under that people are like trying to have some sort of faith in, but they're going to lose their fucking jobs and all this while people use it as a fucking internet game. You want to talk about unethical use of stocks and shit like that? To hell with the people that work there, but we're screwing the man. We're screwing the man. To hell with the people. You're a people guy, man. This is bad. This is not going to end well.
Let me do a couple of quick stories and get out of here because I'm already starting to get tired. Let's do a couple quick ones. This one, breaking. It says the Maldives bans all Israelis from coming into the country. President Mohammed Mizzou has resolved to impose a ban on Israeli passports. I can't even read. A spokesman for his office said in a statement, without giving details for when the new law would take effect. Miuzi also announced a national fundraising campaign called Maldivians in Solidarity with Palestine. One comment, it says, every country with the moral conscience must follow suit and do the same. It's time they learn how it feels to be a second-class citizen, the way they've made Palestinians feel for 75 plus years. Not surprising turn of events. More and more countries are going to start turning their back on them. It says Joe Biden. It says, oh, look, here comes Joe Biden, the white knight. Yeah, so they're going to try to use this politically. They want to try to spin the whole thing, the Israel-Hamas war, in a way to benefit Biden so that he could win the election. But I don't think that's going to work.
Said to be an image from Israel, reports emerging that Joe Biden is going to force Benjamin Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire. You're telling me this is not the work of the CIA? You're telling me that really after 239 days now, probably more than 250 days of butchery by the time this is all said and done, we're going to really accept that an organic movement of Israelis printed this poster and where the world will rejoice as Joe Biden steps in to save us all from this evil man. And what's going to happen? They're going to make him the scapegoat. They're going to take him to the ICC. They're going to charge him with war crimes. Joe Biden is the white knight when in all reality, he stood by for the 250 plus days that are going to pass while the butcher of Gaza did his work. And just look, I mean, you got to give it up to them. They printed this thing. They told everybody to amass. They got the picture. They sent it out to the world, and they will boldly stand by it as the God's honest truth. And the best part, we have so many of our fellow citizens, neighbors, our teachers, our brothers voting Democrat, because none of this shit is what I'm talking about. No, I'm crazy. This is said to be an image from.
So, this is gonna push Trump over the top, I think. A lot of the people, the on the left are not happy with how Biden has dealt with the Israel-Hamas war. And being that we're getting closer and closer to the election, I don't see that there's much he can do, Biden, to bring those people back into the fold. Now, those people aren't going to go and vote for Trump, I don't think. But they're going to stay home. They're going to stay home. And so
the libertarian guy is alphabet friendly, green energy friendly, and anti-Israel. So they're actually going to move over to Republican light.
It's still nobody has a chance to win other than Biden and Trump. So the result will be.
I'm surprised you didn't cover the results of the Libertarian convention.
I would have if I would have did a show last week, because I had planned on talking about that because it was interesting, really interesting.
We should even if it's older news, we should document what's going on with the election on our show the show. Just because we predict, we predict and we all go, oh well, we were wrong about that, and and it's coverage.
I wanted to cover
it. I don't know who else is watching out there. I appreciate you guys watching, and I hope you actually. But maybe do one show that's just elections and start it from like January or like the beginning of the the beginning of the campaign cycle to the conventions and whatever's going on at the time.
Yeah.
It's kind of a show. This is just about the campaign and stuff, not about that and the other. Just about the campaign.
A lot of people cover that though. So like, and as time goes on,
that's still not us too.
Yeah. As time goes on, I make choices about what to cover or whatever. And like, I try to cover stuff that's more recent. I just feel like it has more value. A lot of times I cover stuff before other people do. And,
but a perspective of, by covering it one show tight, no extra stuff, just that, from how it started to how it got to where it is, and then what we predict from then and ahead.
Yeah, so Trump was booed at that convention by the libertarians.
Yet they still nominated him to be their pick, and he didn't get it because he hadn't filed for the Libertarian Party candidacy.
Yeah, so
he would have had the Libertarian Party candidacy if he had filled out the paperwork for it. And they voted down the Kennedy, who had, over this other guy, which I had never heard of him before, and have only seen him being more left. He seems more Democrat light than Republican light, like the Libertarian Party tends to run.
Yeah, that whole thing was really interesting to me, but in the end, it's really not going to matter at all to the outcome of the presidential election. But this, that's why the Democrats are trying to switch or swing or flip or slide the way that they have dealt with the Israel-Hamas war in a way that they can hopefully benefit from. But I don't see it happening. And I think that, this election is going to be about the border, abortion, and
foreign funding.
So
we'll just say foreign funding to include that war, the other war we're about to get into, and the one that we're working on with Iran.
So with the Democratic voters, they, let's say the left voters, the leftists, they're not gonna vote for Biden this term. And so that might be enough, because Trump's supporters are going to show up. His people are going to show up. And
I think this is going to be a record election as far as people actually voting.
We're going to see. It's most likely it's going to come down to the wire. But these leftist voters who tend to, hold their noses and vote for the Democrats, it may be enough of them to not show up.
I think this time the popular and the electoral are going to match. That's not always been the case the last 30 years.
Let me read a couple of. It's already an historic election. Trump just got 34 felony counts.
It was historic before that.
So yeah. Let me read a couple comments. It says, "Oh look, here comes Joe Biden, the White Knight." Comment. It says, "This guy's definitely on Trump's payroll." Another one that says, "Thank you. I'm glad somebody is saying something about the CIA's shenanigans." Another one that says, "Not only stood by, financed." Let's see. A couple more. It says, "I find it hilarious that anyone thinks that Joe Biden is in charge of anything. If you still believe this, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm pretty sure they're spoon feeding the dude at this point."
No, I think he can eat on his own.
Another comment, it says, stood
Especially if
by.
there's airplane noises involved.
Yeah, but I agree with the overall consensus of that comment that is Biden really running the show. Another comment, it says, stood by. We gave them trillions to help them do it, but I get what you're saying. Another one that says Biden ain't gonna win. Another one that says none of this is USA citizens' business. Gone over there and help if you are so impelled.
Look, man, I understand what's going on over there and what is going on between Israel and Hamas. However, as much as I agree or disagree with what's going on, at no point in time should have America sent any extra money over there beyond our normal agreement. Period.
Yeah,
in a statement. That's your business over there. That's not. We should not be involved in that.
Yeah, I can roll with that.
And
Let them
I'm
hatch.
sorry. And I'm sorry. October 7th is a horrible motherfucking craziness going on. I understand everything that's happened. I
Let them
understand both
hash that
sides of
shit
the
out
argument,
on their
but
own.
us building that fucking pier there and our guys shooting into Gaza, they said no troops on the ground. They built a pier, so technically we didn't have troops there, but we had an army presence. We had people there that had fired shots.
That was another thing I wanted
and
to
then it all
cover.
broke apart. $320 million to build it.
I wanted to
Remember,
cover
sent you
that last week.
video. Did
That-
you actually see the one I sent you?
I think I did. That whole story was so crazy because they said we're building this pier so that we can get more aid into Gaza, and the aid they didn't even send no. I don't think any aid came through that pier. Like they did like a mock deal where they was like a test run. They did a test run deal on it, and then they didn't do anything else after that as far as aid was concerned. And freaking, they said they wasn't gonna have any troops on the ground in Gaza, and then the fucking pier, they talk about it was the waves or whatever ripped it apart. Like, what the hell, bro? Like, tell me you're lying to me without telling me you're lying to me. Like that
I want
story.
to know who built it. Was it built by a private contractor or was it built by the Army Corps of Engineers?
I don't think
If
that
it was
really
built
matters.
No, it matters a whole lot. Because if it was built by the Army Corps of Engineers, that's some incompetent bullshit and it's fucking horrible. If it was built by private contractors, then they stole money for us for an inferior product. And not only do they need to be brought to court and fined and all that shit, they need to be barred from ever having a government contract again.
No, man, we always do that when we look at politics and we're like, oh, they were just incompetent or whatever. And like, man, these people are smart as hell. The results of what happened was exactly what they.
Do you understand the difference between the two?
Between incompetence
did our military build it, or did we pay private contractors to build it?
I get that, but what I'm saying is that doesn't matter.
What we want. Well, like I said, incompetence is more acceptable amongst our Army Corps of Engineers than it is amongst private contractors. It's not. But either way, you got to understand incompetence. All of that. That's not an excuse. That is a charge. I'm not saying that as an excuse. I'm saying that as a charge against them, as a violation.
I'm saying
their incompetence caused that. Their incompetence cost that money. Their incompetence needs to be refunded to the American people.
I'm saying incompetence is a cop-out to sell to people. They know what they're doing. These people are very smart. What happened is what they planned to happen.
Either that or it's sabotage.
It was all a part of the plan.
I'm trying to not send people to the federal penitentiary. I'm trying to just hold the corporation whose contract had that accountable for it falling the fuck apart.
It's all about the image of what it looks like to the American people. That's what it is to sell a certain perspective to the American people. Not
catching me.
Not getting across what actually happened, making it extremely difficult to actually come to the conclusions of what they were doing and what they wanted to do and what was the whole point of what they did.
Oh,
That
the whole
is
point
it.
was
It's a
to have
smokescreen.
the whole point was to have a defendable place that was not technically the soil of Gaza that they could base actions, shoot mortars and shit like that out of.
Boom, or whatever.
It was for us
military
to
actions
keep the
that they were-
promise of we will not put boots on the ground,
right?
But our forces can still give military support.
So making it look like that they were doing this to administer aid to the Gaza people, but that was not the intention at all. The intention was to support Israel, its military actions, but smoke screen the whole thing for the American people. Like, that story was crazy. Talk about gaslighting the shit out of everybody. That story is crazy. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, I mean, we saw the people of Russia do the same thing with war in Ukraine. True. Another comment, it says, hey, it's about the CIA flexed its muscles for a good cause. I'm not mad about it. Would have been nice to have started the PSYOP sooner. For a good cause? What is he trying to say? Is it sarcasm?
Ooh, the military built it.
Another comment, it says, the problem he has been going on way before Biden. Do your research. True. Another comment, it says, it's all about the timing. We have to wake the F up. It says, Mossad owns Hamas. Another one that says, gotta get them votes, baby, LOL. This shit is a joke, bro. And that's exactly what it is. It's about the election. But it's not going to work. Nope. It's too late. I don't think there's anything that they could do at this point to get that segment of our society to vote for them, the Democrats, the ones that are leftists.
The far left of the Democratic Party is actually the part that's going to lose the election if they lose.
That's basically what I'm saying.
Because even people that are on the left are they're getting tired of the craziness. Because normally, and this is really another thing, is though they like causes and shit like that, the left is even more about the right. Just leave me alone and don't fuck with my life, and I'm okay.
I think that's everybody. You know, that's the majority of people.
I mean, well, that's the 60% in the middle. Whether you are right or left of that 60%, it's the 20% on the far sides of each that are ruining it for everybody else. I mean, I'm sorry, 45 should not even be in consideration. 46
neither
should
one of
not
them
even be in consideration.
Yeah.
Harris should have never gotten the job that she did.
Let's do this story right here.
See, the thing is, we've gone from needing a businessman to figure this shit out to needing a politician to fix all of this shit so we can get this shit figured out. Because right now, I mean, the very first thing our guy did was get pantsed by a terrorist organization who's barely out of the friggin' Stone Age on the world stage. And it hasn't really gone uphill from there. I mean, I don't know whether we need a businessman or what, but we need a politician at least that's good enough to get us out of the bullshit going on around the world.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I don't have much faith in electoral politics anymore. It's on a national level. Like
The sad thing is,
it's too much corruption.
I don't like most of the Democrats because most of the Democrats start falling into the sports bathroom or border issue. And I don't like most of them on the right because they either go into the 45 follower religion and government issues, which are really the only two big issues I've got with them. I mean, so we really have such a small pool of people, and the small pool of people on both sides, no one is actually qualified for the job. Here's something I would like to do, just on an experimental basis. Pull a random Social Security number. If they qualify to be president, since no one can decide, let's
put them in
make
there.
them president for 4 years. No elections, nothing like that. A random person comes up. The only reason you are violated from that is you have a violent felony, the usual things that stop you from being able to vote or be a citizen. However, you know what I'm saying. I'm not. I'm being realistic.
I like that idea, but not just for the president, like throughout Congress and the House.
Absolutely not.
Yes, just
no. Random samplings will not represent the area needed like it needs to be done. It does need to be voted by. No, that is a
pull them from the area. You pull them from that district. You pull them from that district, and it'll be like
because
jury duty.
Then you have a random dictatorship. People do not have control. They do not have choices in their life. They do not have the ability to stand up, to challenge, to make a change. Only those chosen by lottery can do anything, and they have the control no matter what their view is, one way or another, over the populace. No, I'm talking president and president only, but that also means their ability to executive order and things like that is going to get severely curtailed too.
Yeah, well, it will never happen, but I would like the idea of a like a jury duty type of deal, and you would cut the term limits down, and people would just kind of rotate in and out, like I like that idea. Let's cover this right here.
Not for the legislative branch, for the executive branch, because the legislative branch, they have. But then again, so many of them are elected that don't know shit about what they're actually making decisions on. But another thing is, corporations and organizations should not be able to bring laws to Congress. It should only be voters, not these little think tank people. Because you notice, if you look at a lot of these new bills and stuff, there's a lot of wording the same way.
They write them.
It's
the lobbyists, the corporations.
Right. It should be the people writing.
They're right. They're writing,
not the corporations, not the lobbyists. A matter of fact, I think any bill that goes to Congress should be worded in such a way that it only takes a 6th grade education to fucking understand it.
Yeah. Well, they make it
I
complicated.
might be able to go 8th grade if you give me some really good arguments against it, but I'm not. Someone said 10th grade. I'm like, no, that requires too much fucking thought. There's too many nuances and twists you can put in there.
Yeah, they make it confusing on purpose.
The younger you make it, the simpler it is. If a child can fucking understand it, then the country should be able to.
Yeah, that's why we need lawyers to freaking dissect the legalese. You know, let me
That's why we have. That's why the lawyers have created this problem.
Yeah, so that
You
they
do
can
realize
exist.
at one point in time, lawyers were not allowed to run for Congress or Senate. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Next time you put up today I learned, I'll find that and put that in there. Today I learned. You notice I've been trying to put an answer to that every time.
Yeah, I noticed that. I really appreciate that.
Randomness is great. That's the kind of stuff I like.
Yeah, I like that too. Let's cover this right here. Check it out. It says a Missouri 5th grader
I'm
raised
a
enough.
random motherfucker with those too.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I ain't gonna lie. Check this out. It says a Missouri 5th grader raised enough money to pay off his entire school's meal debt. This was a story that they did right here. So it says Dakin Kramer is the first recipient of the Dakin Kramer Legacy Award. So they created an award in his name.
We covered this story a year and a half ago. You know that.
This is
we sat there and talked about it and talked about how the worst part of this story was they gave him problems about it. It says updated. This is an older story. We've talked about this, and this kid, this award is new, but we were talking about how horrible it is that the guy had to raise fucking money to pay off a meal debt for kids that couldn't afford it.
Right. So that's
how
what
it wasn't a feel-good story. This is when we did the episode about the feel-good stories and how like this one was awesome and this one really sucks.
And this is what they
cool, and this is one that we agreed on. This one and the woman that won the lottery to pay all of her medical bills and then won again was we remember that one we covered. This is the kid that did. This is the same kid from that episode.
Yeah, so this is why I wanted to cover this is because of those. They keep on making these stories, these feel-good stories that cover up dystopian as freaking atmosphere. Like it's a bait and switch. It's like, oh, this is so cool, but then it's like, wait, you know.
But do look that he is the first recipient of the award that's in his own name.
Which is cool and all.
Dude.
But it's like, why the fuck? Why the fuck does he, you know?
That's what makes this no, we're going back to the original story. This annoys the fuck out of me in a way. He's the first recipient of an award that was made in his own name. Yeah. Okay, that's like Trump winning the Trump Award.
Yeah, it's so freaking like
it's like no.
Instead of fixing the problem or addressing the problem or dealing with the situation, you give this kid an award for raising enough money to pay off his school debt.
But then again, I'm one of those weird right-leaning guys that also believes that we shouldn't be charging anyone for basic breakfast or lunch in school.
Why does he have a meal debt? Now,
if they want to have a cash bar and stuff like that, or a cash meals and stuff, that's fine. That is up to their parents. That's up to them. But there is absolutely no child in America that is forced to go to school or goes to school. I'm not going to say forced. That should ever have to worry about either breakfast, walking in and getting a breakfast or a lunch.
Yeah.
Or both. Ever. Yeah. I wouldn't even be unhappy if they extended the hours to like 6 or 7 o'clock, extra couple of hours for kids that want to put in more and graduate earlier, and then give them a dinner too.
They withhold the school records when you don't pay, you know, your
Yes.
outstanding debts for this stuff.
And that should technically be illegal, because if HIPAA says your medical records belong to you and are illegal to disclose, then your school records should also belong to you, because that is a government agency. That should belong, those state funded, those should belong to you just like your medical records do. Because a hospital can't deny transfer of your records or handing you your records if you owe them money. So they shouldn't be able to do that. Now, I can understand withholding the diploma.
No.
But, withholding the diploma, letting them walk, all that, I get that. But not over food.
Yeah, okay. If it was something other than
textbooks, other things, yeah. But you know what? No. Yeah, textbooks, maybe they destroyed the textbooks or didn't, but
yeah, depending on the
food.
circumstance. Yeah.
There should never ever be a question as to whether a child should be able to eat or not. Period. End of statement.
Boom.
I don't care if you're on the right and you don't think that we should be feeding the children in school. Fuck you. You're a horrible person. I'm just gonna feel that way. That is the kind of stuff that our taxes should be used for.
Let me read this. It says, this isn't a feel-good story. It's dystopian. CNN failed to report that last summer, Missouri rejected millions in federal aid.
We went over that one too.
For free school lunches, and that's why Missouri kids suffer with nearly $250,000 in lunch debt, of which this thoughtful child raised $7,300.
We dissected that and proved that is completely wrong.
Let me read this. It says, I despise these faux feel-good stories, and it's a disgrace that media continues to give them airtime. This story should have been about how the elected representatives of Missouri have failed their constituencies, and as a result of children are starving and going into debt, and innocent children like the sweet child in this article are being forced to raise money to ensure their classmates do not starve. Instead, we get whitewashed propaganda that fails to hold those in power accountable. In this case, the GOP-run legislature that turned down federal money for school lunch while happily voting $121 per day for food for themselves, by the way. The cruelty and hypocrisy is beyond revolting, and meanwhile, 1 in 9 children go hungry every day in America. And for as much as the GOP claims they want personal responsibility, 9 of the top 10 states that rely on federal welfare are GOP states. What a disgrace.
You want to be piece of shit, asshole, claiming yourself Esquire because you ain't got nothing real about you, bitch. That is 100% an article done to do absolutely nothing but incite people, because we covered that bill. That bill was the one that was giving $40 money cards, cash cards to people. We covered that. That is nothing. That has nothing to do with the lunch debt. We covered the other story, which he did raise money to cover the $7,300, but that had nothing to do with anything of them of what he's talking about there. And then all of the rest of that is just a anti-GOP horrible blah blah blah. That is some bullshit article right there, dude. We've covered that, and we've already debunked 3/4 of everything he claimed on there. And that's the problem with what's going on today. We covered every single story that he wove into that. That's 3 different stories he wove into there. Man.
Let me read some more. Let me read comments. It says, right up there with the 88-year-old grandparent still working full-time at Walmart. Another one. Can we please be
19 and a
specific?
half hours, actually.
It says, can we please be specific in the first sentence? Missouri didn't reject millions in Fed aid for school lunches. Republicans rejected the aid. Republicans are why Missouri children are suffering.
Nobody's suffering. Just nobody got $40 cash cards. It was extra money, not, they didn't cut funding. No funding was cut. Federal aid wasn't accepted. And it was because of the things that had to be done and agreed to along with it. We covered, we covered all that.
Yeah, but why are these kids not, why are they owing money for lunch then?
That was a year before. That was a year or two before this. That kid did that. Because we covered that in a feel-good story thing and stuff like that. And then we covered the entire bill because you were so pissed about it. And I actually looked it up and we talked about why they did it, what it was, and how no money was lost, how money was actually added to the state budget, but federal aid was not accepted because of the caveats that came with the acceptance of the federal aid.
With all of that, the results are some kid trying to raise money to cover the food for these other kids.
A year and a half before the rejection. This is said, the way this is said, it says because of this, those kids got a debt that he had to pay for. That is nowhere near true. That's 3 separate fucking stories. Not in the right timeline.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, hi, non-American.
This dude right here, I've read him. He is on my far left page. And I have had to not comment on his shit so many fucking times because he does this a lot.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, hi, non-American here. What the F is a meal debt? Another one, it says, money for war can't feed the poor, America. Another one, it says, the goal is systemic dismantling of public education.
You actually give this guy credibility by fucking doing this.
Make it bad enough that people are grateful when it says, the goal is systemic dismantling of public education. Make it bad enough that people are grateful when it disappears.
Again, nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Ooh, America sucks. Oh, GOP bad. Oh, blah, blah, blah. None of that. That is an untrue story. And it simply raises the amount of negativity in the world. That's what that guy, God. You got to understand, I've run across him 5 or 6 times, and it's always something like that. It's not a straight story. If you don't know better, it reads exactly right, and he posts one thing. But if we hadn't have covered it in 2 or 3 different shows, I mean, I don't know whether you might agree with him, but you can't agree with the story. Because like I said, we broke that, we covered that, his whole paragraph at 3 different shows and 3 different times.
Let's do this one right here. It says, Florida set to ban homeless from sleeping on public property. So to be clear, if you're an American who is too poor to own a home or a car, and you are found asleep in a public place in Florida, you will be arrested fined, and perhaps imprisoned. If imprisoned, you will likely provide free labor to a private company while you are held. Sounds about right.
One, I want to see the law and whether it's all public property or certain. Two, free labor to private company. Yeah, that's one of those I'm on the fence on that particular thing, because that's accused of a lot more than it happens. I mean, that really has to be looked at on a situation by situation basis and not taken as a statement of all.
I've covered stories of people getting lent out from prisons to private companies, and as far as the law,
mean, it also depends on what year you're talking about too.
This is all
Sugarland. That's all what Sugarland was about.
Well, this is current stuff that's still happening. And as far as the law in Texas, they have a law where it's like federal bridges. I want to say state bridges. I don't know what the wording is. If you're underneath, if you're found camping on, what is it, federal property? I think that's how they say it. If you're found camping on federal property, you can be arrested and imprisoned. I'm probably saying it wrong, but something like that. Comments, it says, let's not forget, then you get a huge debt when you walk out, paid to stay, a bill for every day incarcerated. Another comment says, post-antebellum slave law. There was a case where this lady who was, I think it was in Florida, I covered it in the show, where she had to pay debt to the prison for every day that she was in jail. Well, no, every day of her sentence, because she got let out early and they charged her, there's a fee for the bed for every day, and they charged her for the full amount that she was sentenced, and she still owes that money, and it's like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's keeping her from like doing certain things, like it's causing problems in her life. She can't pay it. Another comment says, excellent. Instead of using $30 a day of taxpayer money to feed or house a homeless person, the taxpayer will pay $750 or more per day to feed and house the homeless in jail. Smart move for a profit prison system. Boom. That's crazy right there. They'd rather spend more money on freaking locking them up.
Yeah, I have a problem with a corporatized prison system. That should be something that our taxpayer pays to build prisons and maintain them. That should all be on the taxpayer's dime. No corporation should have any influence into that.
Yeah, well, here in Texas, we got a whole bunch of private prisons.
Oh, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, 90% of the prisons are. And except for, I think, a couple of them, the federal prisons as well. I think there's only a couple of prisons that are still operated by the U.S. government, and both of those are military federal prisons. But don't quote me on that. That's something I was reading a while back, and I don't know if I remember it well.
Let me read this one. It says, if they can jail people, they can house them. Let that sink in. The sad truth is that under capitalism, our rulers will always be looking for more sources of free, cheap labor. As the rest of the world wakes up and continues cutting ties with the U.S., The same imperialistic colonial force that has oppressed and subjugated people all around the planet will turn inwards on the citizens of this country and will continue to be exploited in new and inventive ways. One more comment. It says, most of these people are disabled on SSDI and can't afford housing. How cruel. You know, and I have to think about the mental health part of this. Like, how many of these people have mental health issues? You know,
Dude, if you don't have mental health issues when you become homeless, you will have them if you're there more than 2 or 3 years.
So
you'll likely be either alcohol or drug addicted within the first 3 years as well.
So that's what
And
the focus
that's a
needs to
problem
be.
with the homeless community too. The availability of drugs. You know,
So-
it being cheaper to drink and all of that. I mean,
The focus needs to be on helping people with their mental health issues. Like, some of these people should be in like insane. It's like some of these people are all the way, you know.
and that's why they run and they don't want to get help, is because they know if they get help, they're going to be either drugged into submission or locked away.
And some of them need to be, because they're a danger to themselves and other. I saw this story recently where it was the guy on the side of a freeway and he was throwing little rocks on the freeway, and one of them, a motorcycle caught one of them rocks and had a wreck, a super horrible wreck. And it was a homeless person, and he clearly wasn't, you know, in his right mind. Like, he was clearly, you know, insane. You know what I'm saying? So these people.
Here's the thing. If he goes in and he's on drugs, he gets sobered out, he gets sobered up, drunk tank, whatever. They do whatever court thing and stuff like that. And because he's homeless, because he's too much a trouble to keep in the system and too
You're just gonna let him back out.
They're going to let him out because, well, he's sober now. But as soon as he goes back out there, he gets whatever he was tweaked on again, and goes. I mean, have you seen the zombies yet?
Yeah, I've seen those videos. But see, this guy.
No, I'm not talking about videos. I'm talking about, have you seen them here in our city?
I mean, I don't know. I've seen crazy people out there, so I don't know if they're
I'm
just
talking
crazy
about
or
the
not.
ones that are just like standing there like this, or they're bent over, and I've seen them up and down Westheimer. I live in a bad area of town. I live in the Beach Nut. I live in the Beach Nut and Kirkwood Beach Nut area. It's not nice over here. I mean, I literally can open my front door right now and literally see 7 homeless people in different little areas and encampments from my front door.
Well, this guy from the story that I was saying, I don't know that he was on. This guy looked like a person that needs to be on drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that this guy was on drugs. I think that he was just insane, bro. Like, not in his right mind. Like,
But what I'm saying is, if he had drugs in his system, they would sober him up, and if he was coherent, they would let him out.
yeah. So, but what about
You
these
don't
people?
you can't do a psychiatric evaluation on every single person that comes in.
And see,
If they're not sober, sober them up. If they can talk to you when they're sober, get them out. Because we need the room, we need the space.
So
for
this is
all the people that we're not prosecuting in crimes.
This is a problem with the system, is what I'm saying. Like, this is a huge hole in the system, is the part where you have these people who are probably legally insane, who need mental health treatment, but
So let's take them and stick them in a box and drug them into submission.
Something other, they're a danger to themselves and other. I just told a story about some guy. He's just riding down the freeway on his motorcycle. Now he's all fucked up behind some crazy person throwing rocks on the freeway. Like, this is a problem that needs to be.
You don't understand. I agree, but now I'm swinging at you from the left. The exact same arguments used by liberals. Does he deserve to be locked up? Is there some way not to rehab? Can we not spend more money somehow on giving him a halfway house?
I mean, if he's sane enough to be able to, take care of himself.
He's sober and he's interacting in a normal manner. So how can we keep him? How can we confine him? Now that he's interacting in a normal manner, after that, he's interacting in a normal manner.
How many of the people are not sober and acting in a normal manner? What do you do with these people? Like, you just gonna release them back out?
Are
because
they on drugs or are they not? You have to get a warrant to be able to test them.
I'm saying this is a problem with the system. I'm saying that, they need to use the funds to take care of that. But there's no benefit to the system to treat these people because these people don't have money. So just release them back out into the freaking wild until they cause somebody else to have a freaking car accident. And then do it all over again.
Your option is to involuntarily incarcerate them on the state's dime, which is kind of what we're doing with prison people and things like that. And, it kind of bleeds all together. Now we have an entirely different set of needs and things like that. And what's going to happen there? It's going to get privatized, just like prisons, because the government technically can't handle that by the Constitution.
Those people need to be in mental health facilities, is what I'm saying. And then you got the ones that's not completely insane that have depression and anxiety or whatever it is, and they need mental health help. Like, a huge part of this homeless situation is related to mental health and our lack of attention to mental health, our lack of, dealing with it. Just pretending that it's just going to go away or that it doesn't matter because it's not profitable.
Here's another thing where we agree on, but to completely different levels. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that you haven't really dealt with or encountered homelessness in the way that I have. You don't understand what's out there in that homeless community, being part of it, the gravity of it, both from, something tells me you haven't spent time actually sleeping under a bridge or a box and stuff like that. And that is a different perspective on homelessness. And where, like I said, I agree with you with a lot of it. There's also a whole lot of borderline just won't do it. Any veteran you see out there on the corner, all they have to do to get all the help that they need in the world is to pee clean for 30 days. That's it. They can pee dirty after that, and they'll get rehab and this and that and all kinds of stuff. It's a small place, but they'll get a small, place for like a few hundred a month. Doctors, this, that, and the other. I'm watching I'm one of these guys I've got out here. He's just drunk and on drugs. He's not crazy. He's about 24, 25, white kid. Obviously dropped out of school and stuff because he's dumb as a box of rocks. But not crazy dumb, just let's just say he didn't put a whole lot of time into learning. I'm crap. I kind of want to put on a radio thing and just look out and go, well, there's these guys and these guys. We got a guy in a wheelchair that says, I make more money out here than you do in 2 years. And he's right. I mean, it's crazy what I've moved into over here.
My argument on this is always that there's no reason why anyone should be homeless, and especially people who can't even like care for themselves, like aren't mentally right. Like, there's no reason. You know, I feel like the only reason we really have homeless here in the United States is as a message to the rest of us to keep our head down, to go to work, to do whatever your boss says, you know, don't make waves, because that's a threat.
I mean,
you could be out there,
like I said,
under the bridge. If you don't act
a
right,
lot of the,
you out there under the bridge. Let's do this one.
I hope you can keep your mentality and stage on that forever. I hope you never ever have to live or see the things that I've done or gone through or been there out on the streets.
I don't plan on it.
I didn't plan on it either, man.
But that's what I'm saying.
You don't plan on that happening.
This in the United States, no one should fall that far. We should have safety nets to catch people from falling. No one should fall that far. Period.
Do you understand how you've tried to get government aid, this kind of stuff and that kind of stuff, haven't you? You see the loops and loops and loops you got to go through. You see how they put the offices either in the middle of downtown or way so far out at the edge of town that there might or might not be a bus route to it.
And that's what I'm saying. It's systematic. This is systematic. That's the reason why it's the way it is.
Okay.
It's designed to be this way.
No, but okay. That is an absolutely perfect statement looking down on the situation.
Let's cover this one. It says, if Hamas agrees to U.S. truce proposal, Israel will say yes, White House. White House National Secretary spokesperson John Kirby said, if Hamas agrees to President Joe Biden's ceasefire proposal to end the war, the U.S. expects Israel to also accept the plan. This was an Israeli proposal. We have every expectation that if Hamas agrees to the proposal, as was transmitted to them, an Israeli proposal, then Israel would say yes. Kirby said in an interview on the ABC News program this week. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said a day earlier that its military goal had remained unchanged and that the end of the war would not occur until Hamas had been destroyed. So it's funny how this headline, like the wording of this is crazy, because it says if Hamas agrees to the U.S. truce proposal, Israel will say yes, White House. So that's the headline. But then here it says,
do you know why? Because the U.S. truce proposal is the exact same truce proposal that Israel offered.
Okay, but right here it says
That's
Israel.
why he's not offering anything crazy, and Israel's just saying if you say anything other than what we say, then no.
Yeah, well, right here it says.
Do you know what Israel's peace proposal was, and has been 3 times? You return all the hostages, throw down your weapons, and surrender.
Okay.
That 3 times. 3 times Hamas has said no, and they've killed more hostages and on all that. And I pretty much need to shut up now because we are definitely of different minds about this one.
Look at this line right here. It says Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said a day earlier that its military goal had remained unchanged and that the end of the war would not occur until Hamas had been destroyed. So the headline is saying that if Hamas agrees to the truce proposal, then
Hamas returns the hostages and surrenders. Surrendering would be the end. Therefore, see, you're using destroyed in quotes. He used destroyed. The end of Hamas would be their surrender. The end of Hamas is the goal. And if they were to return the hostages and end aggressions, they've been offered that several times, and their reply was to kill more hostages. So now it's gone beyond. I mean, I'm sorry. Again, I'm no, I don't need to be talking about this in this. No.
It's all I'm saying
I'm
is
not gonna. No, there's no. All I'm saying.
It's clearly saying that it's Netanyahu is the one that's not accepting this the proposal for the truce. Period. It's really simple. That's what it is. Benjamin Netanyahu says right here. He says, "We're not stopping until they're destroyed."
Yes. Okay. Keep reading to me from a Muslim Islamic website. Yes.
I love these maps. Oh, it's gone to the other page, so I can't freaking look at it. So I can't pull that up. Because I was looking at this on Reddit. Oh yeah, I was. That's why. So.
Incarceration rates by states. Hold on, I might be able to get something.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool map. I like that map. So, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and what is that? Alabama. Can't see, but I was surprised that they had higher rates than Texas. So then the red is it's pretty high, but this purple is higher. So anyways, I can't see it, so let's move on. Check this out. We was talking about intelligence in one of the shows, and how I was saying that, you know, from the human's perspective, we want to compare intelligence based on, like, what do they say? Like, if you measure a fish by how well it can climb a tree, type of deal. So, like, it's kind of like the same thing when I think about us searching for extraterrestrial life. Like, we're looking for something that's looks like us, and you know, we're looking for intelligence that it looks like us or whatever. And I think that is leaving us to not be able to find what we're looking for, especially when we don't respect intelligence here on planet Earth. Like, we don't even we don't respect the intelligence of creatures, and we just automatically assume that we're the most intelligent creatures. And then we talk about when they teach you about it, they're like brain mass compared to your body mass, like how much brain mass you have versus body, stuff like that. And they keep changing the goalposts when it comes to that thing. But check it out. It says it is probably easier to teach a dolphin quantum physics than to teach you. So, and it shows the image of the human brain and the dolphin brain. It says dolphins are highly intelligent animals with complex cognitive abilities. They have large brains relative to their body size and are known for their exceptional memory, social skills, and communication abilities.
If they
Dolphins-
had opposable thumbs, they would be the alpha species.
Probably. It says dolphins have been observed displaying self-awareness, problem-solving skills, and the ability to learn and use tools. They also have a highly developed echolocation system, which allows them to navigate and communicate underwater. While it is difficult to directly compare the intelligence of different species, dolphins are generally considered to be among the most intelligent animals on the planet. Yep. They use drugs and shit too. Like I saw a video where they was like using I want to say a puffer fish, because it has like
A neurotoxin.
yeah, and they freaking use that shit like it's a drug, and they get high. And like for me, that's one of the measures of intelligence. It's like if you can determine that something can take you out of your normal
Dude, almost
function.
every animal will partake of fermented fruits and stuff like that, rotten fruit. Almost all animals will lick the juice of fermented fruits and stuff like that.
But do they do it knowing that it's gonna give them a buzz?
The
You know what I
first
mean?
time, probably not. It just smells good, but they do understand it. They do come to understand it.
I never heard that before.
Oh, come on, man! This is part of anthropology. Well, this is more physical anthropology than cultural. Yeah, you have to. You include animals and stuff like that because animals were what we studied as humans to form our tribes and how we started doing things. We first mimicked the animals culturally. Actually, yeah, they should have covered that at the very beginning of cultural anthropology. Well, no, because I've been into a little more specific stuff. That weird stuff is brought up because we talked about we had an entire day session about alcohol, culture, the animal world, and how we saw animals getting drunk, and that's what got us to start making alcohol, is because we saw the animals get fucked up, and then we tried it, and then we got fucked up, and we're like, yeah, we could do better.
Yeah, no, anthropology, we don't cover anything really related to animals, like pretty much at all.
No, yeah, actually, I studied it in an anthropology class, like I said.
Let me read some comments. It says, with a brain that big, why ain't they driving? That's funny. Another one says, let's first teach them to not sexually assault penguins. Another one, it says,
or anything. Essay is not cool.
I think that's another one that's kind of a sign of intelligence too, even though it's pretty horrible.
An amorous dolphin freaked me the fuck out at SeaWorld one day. Not cool.
Let me read another comment. It says, no, it's not. No, it's not. Scientists did studies on animals with bigger brains and came to the conclusion that the big brains in animals doesn't necessarily mean they would be super smart, When studied, they found out the big brains are just big due to the animal being larger and needing more brain mass to function properly on a day-to-day basis. I don't know about this comment, but they're talking about brain mass versus body mass. But
It's
what
the
I would say,
ridges, dude. Are they smooth brained or are they ridge brained? They look a lot more ridge brained, and that's where you start talking about more synapses firing, more stuff going on, more. But they also have a larger split down the middle from the look, which means hemispheres are disconnected, which is an entirely other different kind of thing.
yeah. And you have to think about how much that was impacted by their being able to do the like echolocation deal. So how much of their brain mass grew as a result of that. Another comment says, we're the only species on the planet that has to pay to live here. Clearly not the most intelligent. Boom. I love that comment. We're so smart that we found a way to have to pay to live.
Every animal has to pay to live one way or another. Most animals kill to survive. We don't. Well,
We kill.
unless we're in the government.
All the meat coming from them it's just somebody else doing the slaughtering for us.
Oh, I'm not even talking about down the food chain.
Let's do this one right quick.
Everybody in Italy doesn't have a therapist like everybody in the United States does, or every grocery store in Italy isn't filled with aisles of supplements, probiotics, prebiotics, collagen powders, green powder, and how on the corner of every single major city there isn't a fitness place like CrossFit, yoga, bar, cycling. Our culture in the United States pretty much takes out everything that should be naturally happening in daily life. It takes it out because of our lifestyle and puts it on the side and offers it as a service, a package, a product, something that you can pay for that also requires additional time. So we used to live in communities, we had big families, we used to talk to people every day, all day, hunter-gatherers that sat around a fire, or people in Italy that sit for an hour and have an espresso. Now we don't do any of that. We also don't have time for it. We filter everything through a therapist. Our food is so toxic in the United States that in order to feel good, we have to take probiotics, prebiotics, minerals, vitamins. Then we have to go to the gym and rigorously work out so that we don't become inflamed and fat. Whereas other cultures have healthy food to begin with. Other cultures include things like walking in their daily activity. So it's no wonder that in order to live a healthy lifestyle in the United States, you basically need to wake up at 4 a.m. so you can fit in your workout, fit in a meditation, and probably a motivational podcast or affirmation so you can just survive the day. And then a therapist on your lunch break or after work because we're no longer having meaningful relationships. The math is not mathing. No wonder everybody is exhausted. But businesses are thriving. Do you ever notice how everybody in
Yeah, the businesses are thriving. Comments. It says, Italian here. This is still a lot of social stigma around disclosing mental health struggles and seeking treatment. Awareness and destigmatization is a slow process. It's been improving over the years, but the stigma is still widely pervasive. Depression and anxiety are very much a thing in Italy. Economic uncertainty and unemployment are huge problems that leave many young people in particular feeling hopeless and stagnant. Yes, the U.S. has its problems with processed foods, quick fix, and minimally effective health supplements and toxic work culture, but let's not pretend that Italy is some kind of depression-free magical wonderland of healthiness and leisure. It's a real country and real problems, albeit some different problems, but problems nonetheless, just like every other place on earth.
Right now, Italy's got a real bad employment crisis. A lot of people 24 and younger, it's the highest unemployment rate that they've ever had. And this comes from someone living there, which is one of the reasons why we don't hear about this.
Yeah. I think that, work-life balance should be a focus. And I know that it is for people who are, let's call them professionals. people on the upper echelon of the workers, but the people on the bottom half of the workers don't have any concept of a work-life balance, and they're not motivated to have any kind of idea of a work-life balance, and
No, because half of them are so busy keeping up with the Joneses and what the TV says that they should have and own and subscribe to all these services so you can be up on the newest pop culture and everything like that, that they're nickel and dimed. See, that's it. It's not avocado toast and Starbucks that's doing it. It's also internet, telephone, car, Netflix, the new Jordans, a Chanel bag, this ice, that ice, some Toofuses,
you pretty much need
gotta
internet.
have the newest Xbox,
You pretty much need internet, phone, and car. And what I was gonna say was
but you don't need a $1,200 iPhone. You don't need a $80,000 fucking Hummer. You don't, I know that's not you don't need an $80,000 Tesla. And between those two right there, you're already setting yourself at about $600 or $800 a month you're paying. And that's your choices to buy things on that end of the spectrum. That's not society. That's not, the economy and stuff like that. And then when you add on $100 in subscription services every month, instead of going to someone like Mint Mobile or something like that, you're paying $100 for Verizon every month or whatever. I mean, choices have a lot to do with it, with how much you can fit into the economy.
Yeah, well, systems manage people, people manage systems. We can build cities differently. We can, have mass transit. You can have spaces that are more conducive to, physical activity like walking or whatever, like allowing you to do your shopping or go to work or whatever.
And that's good and nice and all of that for people that want to do things like that.
Yeah, well, you build a system, you build a city to make healthier people, to induce that, to promote that.
But people don't want to move into those. People don't want to live in that. They don't want their property values to go up. They want to stay where they are. They don't want their rent to go up, but they also don't want to pay more taxes. They don't want these people moving into the neighborhood because they're going to raise property values. I mean, people that should be living in an urban area are living in the country because it's cheaper and there's more room, and people that are living in urban areas should actually be living in smaller communities outside of the urban area that are more affordable. I mean, crap. I'm in. Oh man, I moved to. So I really want to say I got one of the crappiest apartment complexes that I've ever. No, it is. It is the second worst apartment I've ever been in my complex I've been in my life.
That's terrible, man. I was just when you said that, it made me think of that movie, Office Space. Lately,
my front view out of my apartment is a burnt up building, holes in the roof, everything boarded up, all that shit. I look to the left, I see 1, 2, 3 different places where homeless people are camping out.
Yeah, that's terrible, man.
And I'm paying $1,000 a month for a 2-bedroom.
Yeah,
which is that's the good side of it. I've got 800, 900 square feet, 2-bedroom for $1,000 a month.
Yeah, they it's like the slum villages or whatever. Like they should be able to provide quality housing, at decent prices.
I'll tell you though, I feel better in a way about this complex than the one I moved when I first moved in. When I first moved in Houston, I lived in this place where they would, because we would sit out on the porch, me and my son, the people when they were showing the apartment would sit there and walk by, and we would wave at them and everything because we were on friendly basis, and they didn't know we know Spanish, and you would hear them go, "See, we even white people live here. It's not that bad." I mean, I'm not shitting you. I heard this at least 3 times. See, look, even white people.
That's their measure. Here. That's their measure of, how I measure a nice area is when I see people jogging and like walking their dog and stuff like that in like the middle of the day, like during the time of the day where most people are at work. You know what I mean? That's when I know I'm in a nice area, is because you see people, with their workout clothes on or whatever, and they're walking around or jogging or riding their bicycles or whatever, or walking their dog, and it's like right in the middle of the day, not like lunchtime, but like, you know what I mean?
I look at the cars in the non-gated area.
Yeah.
If they're willing to park a decent car outside of the gated area, then it's not that bad of a place.
Yeah.
You may have to worry about yourself, but they're not breaking into cars and stuff like that, which means it's generally not a dangerous area.
Yeah.
Or a place that has kids playing in it.
These people don't have to go to work.
Thankfully, hear about the one thing about the South is they still don't fuck around the children.
Yeah.
The gangbangers and the bad people, if there's children around, they generally stay away from that area.
Yeah. If there's people walking around in the middle of the day, like these people don't have to go to work. So it's like,
if there's old white people walking around and jogging in the middle of the day, fuck, man, I'm not going to be able to afford that area.
Yeah, these not old people, not necessarily. Like they're all different ages, and it's like, yeah, these people don't have to go to work. This is a nice area. Like they money is good. They don't even have to go to work. Yeah, I see that a bit over here where I'm at. It's a lot of BMWs and Porsches, and too. I see driving by when I pull out. So, anyways,
I'm actually starting to like that little Porsche crossover, whatever the hell it is. It's actually not a bad looking car, and it doesn't look like a Porsche. And I wonder what it's like. I mean, that one that's kind of like it's kind of it's kind of an SUV, but not really.
What, the Porsche SUV?
It's kind of like a little bit longer, but it's more of an SUV than it is like a Zoom car.
The Panamera?
No.
Panamera? Something like that.
No, not that one. It's the smaller one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
wait, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I do know what you're talking about. Yeah. It's not an SUV.
Like I said, it's almost an SUV, but it's definitely not a sedan. It's not quite to SUV. It's that crossover area. Kind of like a smaller version of like a Rogue or a RAV4.
I want to end it on this. I'm getting tired. And I'm probably going to do another show, maybe Monday or Wednesday. I'm going to do a show. I don't know which one. Wait, you sent me a message? Or is it old?
Oh,
it was that map.
Well, it's not that map, but it's got some infographics and some maps and stuff about
mass incarceration
and things. Yeah.
Bruce Western on mass incarceration. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that right now, but maybe.
Yeah, I've actually I pulled it up, and I've watched it before. So, but yeah, you need to screen it before you just put it up. I don't know if there's sound or problems with it.
Yeah, and I played.
Okay.
That's why I gotta double check stuff now a little bit more. I got a community guideline strike. Was it a strike? I don't remember. I know they made it age what do they call it? Make it so where people under 18 can't view it, something like that. And it was because it was the last video I did. What was it called? It was called I can't remember the name of the show. The last show I did, and it was because I played some stuff off of X, and it was a video that I didn't check out beforehand, and it just played some kind of harsh images in there, and I knew it was going to be a problem. That's why I exited out of the video, but it was too late. They found it and gave me age restriction. Yeah, so I got to be careful. That thing. Even that just age restriction causes a lot of problem because it pushes you all the way down in the algorithm. Anyways, I want to wrap it on this. It says, the worst sin towards our fellow creatures is not to hate them, but to be indifferent to them. That's the essence of inhumanity. George Bernard Shaw. So yeah, this is off this philosopher's page. No, this really speaks to me heavily right here. Like the part about being indifferent. You know, I think that hurts more than anything. Like how when we're talking about the homeless people, right? And it's like indifferent to their suffering, indifferent to them existing, like not acknowledging their existence. Like when someone walks by you and they don't give you eye contact, or they don't nod or say hello or something, like, you know, when you're in need and it's like no one sees you, you're like invisible. There was this Twilight Zone episode that I saw when I was a kid, and it still sticks to me to this day. The guy did some kind of crime, and they put like a letter on him. I can't remember if it was like a tattoo or something. They put a letter on him, and that was his punishment. Like he didn't go to jail. They put this letter on him, and everyone, when they act like he's not there, basically. And the guy was just like, can anybody hear me? Can anybody see me? Like he was like distraught. Like you could tell, like it really, really hurt, you know, just to be, you know, walking around and people act like you're not there. You know, they don't speak to you. They don't look at you. They don't acknowledge your presence. And I really do feel like that's one of the worst, like that is the worst feeling. Like that's the worst thing to do to someone, is to be indifferent to them. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just not going to agree with it.
What do you think?
I understand where you're coming from and everything, and I get it. And yeah, it may hurt you more if I am indifferent to you. But that's a function of your own hubris. That is your own narcissism. That other people acknowledgement means more to you than your own self.
Well, I enjoy my alone time.
To hate me means you consider me.
Well, yeah.
Using an off quote from Shakespeare, love me or hate me, either is in my favor. If you love me, I will be in your heart. If you hate me, I will be in your mind.
That's acknowledging your existence. If you don't love or hate,
but
if you're
at the
indifferent,
same
then
time, why am I obliged to acknowledge this or that? There's a lot of people I'm indifferent to because I don't want to have anything to do with them. Not because of this or that, but because of I don't like them. And rather than show them hate, I would rather just be indifferent because I don't hate them. I just don't want to have anything to do with them, and I don't want them to have anything to do with me.
well, in indigenous communities, a lot of times when you did something really horrible, you would be banished from the community and you would tend to live on like the outskirts of the community. And that was a punishment. Humans, we're social creatures. We're like herd animals. Like when it's like how people want to be accepted, it's like the thing people want the most is to be accepted, so they agree with you, or they say they like the same things you like, or
that's
whatever.
the whole idea with I'm trying to remember what we call it this week. The check mark society that we've got right now.
Yeah, verified or whatever they call it. Yeah.
No, the whole I'm going to count out how many ways I am oppressed. You count out how many ways you are oppressed, and whoever's oppressed more is the one that has the most value. Their word has the most value. Identity politics. Identity politics. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's the basis of identity politics right there.
I'm not following you.
Identity politics. You count up all the ways you are oppressed by the world and all this stuff. I will count up all the ways I am. Whoever has more oppression points is the one who has voice, has the most power, and has the most strength because they are the most oppressed. Me, being an old white guy, have pretty much zero. Oh, I was poor, went to public schools. Oh, I have 2.
But how does that
But
relate
I'm
to
straight white?
to the indifference thing? That's what I'm not getting.
Oh, it was something that went on from there as I was talking about hate and stuff like that, and how, truthfully, when it comes to stuff like that, at this point in time, according to identity politics, if I don't care that you're black, if I don't care that you're oppressed, if I don't care that you're alphabet or whatever, then I am the bad person.
Yeah. Well, I don't with the indifference thing. I don't think that it has anything to do with your identity other than a human, and alive and present. Pretending that someone isn't there, pretending that someone isn't present, alive, or human like you are, is the part that is hurtful, is what I'm saying.
Oh no.
If someone hates me because they're racist, that you still acknowledging, that I'm there, that I'm present. You know what I'm saying? Because my presence is bothering you. That's the reason why you're, reacting in this racist way or whatever. You get what I'm saying? That still has like a love-hate relationship related to it. So, but
you say either is in your favor. Either one gives you the power of acknowledgement that you are seeking.
Yeah.
That you need.
Yeah.
But I'm the bad guy if I don't give you that acknowledgement either way. If I'm just like, fuck it, whatever, I don't care, I don't want to deal with it, then I'm the bad guy.
Well, not wanting to deal with it.
Then I'm the cruel one.
not
I'm
wanting
the
to,
inhuman one.
not wanting to deal with people is one thing, but not acknowledging their presence is another level of it. You know what I mean?
You
Like,
walk up to the side of my car and jingle a cup in my face. I'm not going to acknowledge you. I'm going to look away. That is the interaction that you set up, not me. You're the one that came, not speaking, jangling like that. You're the one that said, I'm in your space now. Acknowledge me. That's your narcissism. That's not my indifference.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's not really what we're talking about here. You know,
When you relate it to the homeless list and being indifferent to them, that is exactly what we're talking about. Or that is the way I treat them with indifference. I'm indifferent to them because I was one of them, and I know what the fuck's going on with most of them.
Yeah. Well, like, even if someone
and believe me, I am 100% behind all of the people, all of the homeless people that need to get off the street and actually want to. And I am 110% behind all the kids that are out there because their parents are assholes and kicked them out and things like that. I am 100% behind the people that actually want help, seek help, or have been placed in that situation by situations beyond their control and actually seek betterment.
Well, in this context, I'm thinking of the idea of, like, you're walking down a sidewalk and it's a homeless person that's, you know, sleeping on the concrete or something next to the building or something. And you pretend that they don't exist. You pretend that they're not there, you know?
Do you pretend or do you just walk on by because there's nothing you can do?
Yeah, but see, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about it in, like, we're talking about this in a societal way. Okay? Like, in my mind, the homeless don't exist. Like, it's not a problem. Like, their suffering, you know, doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't affect me.
I don't know anyone, or I have anyone that I have identified as that much of a sociopath does have my indifference.
What? Wait, I don't get what you're saying right there.
Anyone that just walks on by and literally does not see them because they do not exist is such a sociopath as that they have earned my indifference.
Okay.
And their existence, therefore, has no meaning or matter to me.
The person that would walk by, I would agree that person is a sociopath.
Not that would walk by, but could walk by denying the existence.
I would agree with that. That person is a sociopath.
I'm being very specific in my wording for a reason.
I would agree.
I walk by homeless people every day, all the time. Don't give them the time of day. Keep my head down. Try not to make eye contact because that's the way you got to fucking deal with them.
Well, maybe we do that to protect ourselves, to make, you know, so we don't feel.
I do that because otherwise you will be latched onto as a sucker, victim, rube, trick, or whatever.
Well, that's what I mean.
If you don't, and this is where you not having to have experienced life in that category sets a difference between our opinions. I don't do it because I hate them. I don't do that because I'm feel good to do it. It makes me feel great, or it makes me feel bad. I do it because it's self-defense. Because I know what's going to happen as soon as I make eye contact. I know what's going to happen as soon as I light a cigarette. I know what's going to happen as soon as I stop and check my phone or something like that around them.
Yeah, so that defense part is a part that I think we could dive into a bit with the psychology of it.
And there's different kind of homeless people. I'm talking about a different kind of homeless people from what other people think of as homeless people. I'm talking about the professionals, the careers, the lost, and the it doesn't matter anymore. The ones that are, it's just the way it is. Not the people that are, like I said, anyone that's trying to get off, willing to get off, and all of that, I am 100% behind supporting them and programs and all that.
But that defense idea, like a psychological issue of not wanting to acknowledge a problem.
I got
like
a better idea. I will challenge you to walk up to the corner store with me from my front door. And you go through and we'll walk by the same way we would, and you look at them and you make eye contact with them and you talk and all of that and see the difference and see what happens, as opposed to at some other time walking, talking to each other or keeping eye contact with anything and not making eye contact with them or not approaching them.
Try to follow me. I'm talking about like if you if you have a sickness, you have like some kind of health issue, and you act like it's not there, and that is
like
your
my diabetes and a couple of other things. Yeah, I understand that.
And that is your psychological way of dealing with it, because you don't want to deal with it. Like it's too big, it's too much, it's out of your hands, it's too much for you to have to grapple with. So you choose to protect yourself psychologically from it by being indifferent to it. You get what I'm saying? And so there's a psychological
not really
issue related to the idea of walking by someone who's homeless and pretending that they're not there, because it points to something that is wrong. It points to something that should be fixed. It points to something that is a
I don't know
systemic problem.
I don't know people who think like that.
No one is thinking like this consciously. This is the subconscious.
I don't know people that think like that unconsciously.
You don't control your subconscious. That's the point.
Actually,
you don't have control.
Kind of do.
You don't. You can't consciously control your subconscious. It's not a thing that happens.
Your subconscious is a thought process, not an action.
Exactly. So you can't control it. You don't have any control over that. It's something that happens underneath,
Again, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm trying to convey an idea of, a health issue, like a crisis that's, being avoided, like you said, protect yourself. And I think that is it right there. I think that is key. I think that a lot of us do this. It's a self-preservation. It's for me to keep my sanity, basically. I'm trying to keep my sanity by being indifferent to the suffering of others because I feel like there's nothing I can do about it. It's out of my control. It's too big of a problem. I can't handle it. I just want to act like it's not there. I want to act like it's not a problem. I'm a pretend that it's not real.
Again,
that I don't see it.
Where are these people thinking like this? I've never seen or heard of that outside of accusational points. I mean, nobody pretends that it doesn't exist. Nobody pretends that it's not a problem. Nobody sits and walks past them ignoring the fact that they exist. Matter of fact, they walk faster because they exist. They recognize the problem. What are you saying? Call to activism? How many meals have you handed out of your car to homeless people in the last 6 months?
I do stuff all the time. I don't do specific handing meals out of my car, but that's not what we're talking about.
Every time I get stuff from the food that I don't bring home for myself, I stop. I'll hand them out, and I know I'm talking about the creepy dude and running away from him. Learning to be brave. Hey, thank you for a comment. I don't know what you said nice about because I didn't catch you there. I mean, I don't understand what you're saying about people ignoring it, because most people don't. I know a lot of people that look away because, like I said, when the creepy guy comes to your window wanting change, it's like, no. And if you make eye contact, they just sit there and wrinkle it. And some of them will throw their freaking thing. One time I had a dude whip his pecker out and piss on my window because I wouldn't give him change.
Okay.
I mean, in the wholeality of the statements, you have to consider those parts as well as the ideal. You're looking down on the problem from a place that you don't understand them. You're actually not looking at the homeless people. You're looking at their conditions. You're looking at their generalities. You're looking at this. You're not looking at them. You're looking at their problems. You are actually being indifferent to the people in preference to the difficulties that they have.
No, that's because
and each person is an individual with different problems and different needs and different answers to the situation, which is why just taking someone and locking them up because they're a little freaking weird or addicted or do a couple of things is just as bad as, you say, letting these people is not.
I'm saying this
you
because
you don't understand. I am so far on both sides of this issue that you don't see the connection.
I'm saying this from the understanding that systems manage people and people manage systems. So the systems in place lead to the results that we have. And if people weren't trying to be, indifferent to the suffering of
homelessness and beggars and all of that have been part of every single organized society throughout recorded history.
Not true.
Yes, true.
No.
Unless they are driven out or done some other way.
That's not true. This is a modern phenomenon.
How modern?
What would we call modern times?
Okay, so let's see. Mesopotamia, 5,000 to 6,000 BC. That would be modern if you want to go back to when there are not recorded things about beggars, transients, and stuff like that. I have to do something real quick.
You're calling it beggars transients. That's those are specific terms. Those are specific points of view on it. What I'm trying to say is, having a if you want to deal with the cancer, you have to acknowledge that it exists. You have to acknowledge that it is a problem, and then you have to make a concerted effort to fix it, to remedy it, to find the causes of it and make the changes. If you continue to be indifferent to it, then it metastasizes. It's like the smallest thing turns into a big thing. Like, I'm losing my train of thought now because I've been trying to explain this the whole time.
Do you know what the number one thing that we could do that would help stop homeless people from losing their freaking minds and falling to drugs and drinking and all that? Rec centers, libraries, and places they can go to do stuff, to think, to talk, to not be alone in their own heads, and people at those places to where they're not alone. And that's just a small general thing, not a big program to incarcerate anyone or force them to live in a box that they don't want to.
I agree with that.
Make it available.
I think
So
everybody
the people
needs
that
that,
want
not just homeless people. Like,
and
that's the
then
main thing that teens
once
need.
once that wave slows down, then you take people to start going out into the homeless community. And you know who you get to do that? You get the homeless people that have been helped to go out into the community because they know the language, they know the looks, they know the signals, they know the signs, they know how to and who can be helped and who can't. And I'm not an advocate of leaving people behind, but you help the people you can first.
I don't disagree with
And
that.
then you go through the people that are the most problematic.
So, but if you create systems like that, then that is moving away from this idea of indifference. That is acknowledging their presence. That's acknowledging their existence. That's acknowledging their humanity.
No, it's putting them in a position to be acknowledged.
You have to acknowledge.
I know. Don't.
You have to acknowledge their humanity.
That's a homeless mentality statement, not a top-down statement. That's a bottom-up statement. You have to understand there are two languages that have to be used. You are coming from the top down. I am coming from the bottom up. And the problem is looking down on the situation is not understanding it. It's just trying to answer someone else's problems for them, which, as you know, 90% of women hate and most men too. It's a lot of the things that people come up with when they come from the top down trying to solve these problems is it doesn't take into account the individuality of each situation. It creates a generic blanket that does not affect the majority. It just affects enough for the metrics to change.
I disagree with that part because I feel like systems is what lead to the results that you have. You know, there's gonna be outliers, but
Well, see,
generally
if
you create
if you're
systems to
saying
create
systems
certain
to create
outcomes.
things to make better, well, systems created this.
Yeah.
You're just saying that your system is going to be better whether people like it or not. Whether that's the way to get people to move, we're just going to change the system, and that's going to leave behind people that aren't interested in that system.
It's not about who's interested in the system or not. It's just
you lost me with you lost me from the beginning with the indiscriminate incarceration.
I never said that. Let me read some comments on this and we're going to get up out of here. So it said the worst sin towards the worst sin towards our fellow creatures is not to hate them, but to be indifferent to them. That's the essence of humanity. Couple comments. It says, disagree, my dog. Hate is far worse than indifference. Another comment. It says, I don't know about that, brother. LOL. I don't agree.
We actually disputed that exact same thing
already.
But either one, at least hate. See, indifference is complete. I use this quote to be complete disacknowledgement, not who gives a fuck.
Right. So hate would be acknowledging their existence,
Right.
which would be a level above this, what we're talking about here. Another comment, it says, we're all becoming too indifferent to each other nowadays. I would agree with that one.
But we're not becoming indifferent to each other. We're becoming tribal. We're becoming adversarial to each other. Indifference would mean there would be less conflict, not more. Indifference actually would be better because at least then it's like, dude, you go stay in your camp and I'll stay in mine. Fuck off.
Yeah. Another comment is,
fuck off is too much. You just go with yours, I'll go with mine. Unless we have to engage, you're not even there.
Yeah. Another comment says, being indifferent comes under the hating. It's sub part of hating. I don't agree with that one. Another one that says, in psychology, that's called emotional deprivation.
Yes.
Another comment, it says, because emotional deprivation, that hurts. Another comment, it says, this makes sense in our current society where people are addicted to attention, but not sure how it applies before social media.
Okay, so here's a question. Here's a really good one. Emotional deprivation. So, is it better to just look away from the guy shaking the change at the window, or is it better to go, fuck off, leave me alone?
Fuck off, leave me alone.
I mean, so you're saying it's better to express it's better to express hate to them than just ignore them.
And if you leave it to those choices, that's where I go with. But
oh yeah, like I say, I'm just saying in that situation, I'm using that as a, let's discuss this emotional indifference kind of thing. What he's saying is, it actually hurts them more to ignore them than to go, get the fuck away from my car, dude.
Yeah. Yes, I would agree with that. Yes. Yes. At least they felt seen.
Cool. I'm going to start yelling at them more often then.
I don't know if that's a safe thing to do, like we were saying about the people that aren't mentally, right. So, but
trust me, if it wasn't for holding my place in society, I would be very, very far more mentally unstable than them.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that's repressed and waiting for a reason to go crazy.
Yeah, well, I think there a lot of us can agree with you on that, or sympathize with you on that.
I'm about 3 bad statements in a row off of being an old Kirk Douglas or an old Kirk Douglas movie. Yeah, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Being in the title of the movie, Falling Down.
Yeah. Yeah. I would. I think
you knew what I was talking about as soon as I was saying it.
Yes.
You remember that movie.
Yeah.
The movie is horrible. It's flock. It's cheese. It's bad. But damn, man, everyone that's ever had a bad day just watches that movie. It's like spaghetti or red beans and rice. You just walk away going, it's going to be okay.
I don't know that it had a terrible ending for that guy. So,
yeah, it had to. I mean, it had to.
Yeah, it had to. The way it was written, it had to. So, but I recently revisited the philosophy
on his side, right up until that. It's like maybe it didn't have to hurt that bad, but damn.
Yeah, I recently
I mean, everything he does, you're like, oh God, I wanted to do that. Oh God, I really wanted to do that. I've always wanted to do that.
I don't think it was a bad movie. I think it had a message, and
yeah, it was a bad movie, dude.
And it's still relevant today. Like the sentiments in there, and what it was saying about society, all of that stuff is still relevant.
I'm not going to give out any illusions that it's Oscar quality or worthy of awards and stuff like that. But for what it was, yeah, it's like the movie They Live. Or them, so the one with Roddy Piper, and you put the glasses on and you can see what's really going on, and stuff like that. It's like that movie. It wasn't a good movie, but it was a great story. It was a great message, and it's one of those that makes you sit back and go, "Damn!" If you really think about it.
Yeah. We're going to have to wrap it on that. It's 4 a.m. and I've been on for 5 hours. So
that happens. I've noticed when
if y'all haven't seen Falling Down, go watch that movie.
Yeah.
And I've been, it's funny that you mentioned that because I recently was watching some videos about the philosophy of that movie. That one, Office Space, a couple of others. I could go through my history on my YouTube and it would show that shit, but maybe I'll do some of that. I'm gonna figure out what I want to talk about, and I'm gonna do a show on either Monday or Wednesday. But other than that, man, I'm gonna have to get out of here. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. We'll be back.
Out.